This is the Town of Lake Park, Florida Special Call Community Redevelopment Agency meeting for Wednesday, January 21st, 2026. The time is now 6:41 p.m. Can we have the clerk please take the roll call?
Board Member Linden.
Present.
Member O'Rourke.
Here.
Board Member Thomas.
Present.
Vice Chair Hensley.
Here.
Chair Mashat.
Here. Can we please all rise for the pledge? Okay. Next, we have the approval of the agenda. If there is any modifications that are needed to be made or requested, please say so now. Otherwise, I will entertain a motion.
Yes, I am requesting that we pull number 2 from the consent agenda.
Okay, so let it be for the record that item number 2, resolution number 040126, is now being pulled from the consent. Any other requests? If not, I will entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda.
I make a motion to approve the agenda with item 2 from the consent. Pull.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. I think Board Member Thomas beat out Board Member O'Rourke in the speed race. Any other further discussion? Board Member Linden.
We're doing the CRA first,
Yes, we are.
and I don't see no, oh, there it is. I apologize.
That's okay.
The only item is for the minutes, I believe, correct?
Correct.
But we have 2 items on consent.
Thank you.
One was
Commissioner
been
Thomas has pulled item number 2, and that was a part of the motion.
I move to approve the.
Oh, we've already motioned, we already approved.
Oh.
No other further discussion. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The approval of the agenda passes. I have nothing under special presentation and report. I have nothing under public comment. However, we are on consent. We do have 1 item left over on consent. Can I entertain a motion to approve that on consent?
I'm sorry?
I
We
make
are-
a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second?
Second.
Any other further discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not sure what we're agreeing to here.
So we did the approval of the agenda earlier.
One item was pulled?
1 item was pulled. Now we've done a motion and a second for the remaining item on consent.
Thank you.
Okay? Any other further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The 1 item of consent passes. We will go ahead and discuss item number 2, resolution number 040126, the agreement with PFM Financial Advisors. Board Member Thomas, you asked for this item to be pulled. You may begin.
Yeah. As I read the item, it starts off with the finance department has identified a need for obtaining financial consulting services as needed. And I keep thinking to myself, but we're doing CRA. And I understand because I went back over to the town side of it to see that there was a companion to this particular ordinance. So in my understanding that what we have been seeing lately, especially at the state level, when we talk about CRAs, we want to make sure that ordinances, finances, or anything that relates to the fiduciary responsibilities of the CRA is completely outlined. So my thoughts were, are we asking for the services of this particular advisor for CRA duties? Therefore, we say in this ordinance that the finance department is requesting a advisor for CRA duties, so it's aligned and it's distinct, there's a distinction in this. But nothing in this makes me understand that we are not dipping between the two. And I do know that last year when we went to Tallahassee, one of the major issues was how are the CRA spending their dollars? And we were very, very fortunate to to that state congressional person that for small towns, it's important for our CRAs to continue to be utilized the way they're intended. So I just need to understand what this is about, because what you said to me isn't mentioned at all in this agenda item. Okay.
Yes. Yes, Commissioner. Allison Justice, CRA Consultants. This item is for a financial advisor for both the town and the CRA. So there is a companion item, yes. What the services they provide are to help us. We have discussed over the last several months and through the budgeting process the potential of the CRA bonding or borrowing dollars. With that, we need services to help us get through that process for bond counsel, for all of the requirements that need to be met. And what they do before they start that part of it is they will advise the town and the CRA on the best way to structure a loan or borrowing. Should the town do it and the CRA pay back? Should the CRA do it? So these services could be both for the town and for the CRA. The town may decide to borrow as well. But we always distinguish the services between what we pay for as the CRA. So they could be doing work for both the town and the CRA, but yet we would still fund the portion that the CRA, the work they did for the CRA. Just like we split up town services, also that work for the CRA.
Okay, so this is where the concern now when I read this, it says on an as-need basis. But what you said to us was this is for us to evaluate the bonding on it. I just want some clarity, right? Because as elected officials, we're constantly being told that we're not being transparent, that we're not asking for enough, that information isn't clear, right? And what you said to us right now is very clear, but I will tell you, when I read this, nothing about what you just said, unless I didn't read it properly and someone else may have, I didn't hear anything in here that related to that. But if that is the intent of this advisor, then I think it needs to just to be clear. That's where my position is, and thus the reason why I asked for it to be pulled.
Okay. Board Member O'Rourke.
Thank you. I'm looking at the agenda request form that explains what this item is about, and it talks about a capital improvement plan. Does the CRA have a capital improvement plan?
The CRA is part of the town's capital improvement plan. So projects within the CRA fall in that capital improvement plan.
Okay, I hear you say that. Also, the essence of this service that we're looking to hire another consultant for our town is, generally speaking, for borrowing money, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And our town right now is in what I would call a financial crisis. So we're looking to borrow money to get out of that crisis. Is that what we're looking for?
No, sir. This is for the CRA to be able to support capital projects within the town. For instance, 10th Street, Oval About, there's a lot of capital projects on that through our future TIF. And our future TIF it would be a revenue generating. We have guaranteed revenues through the next 14 years that we will borrow against so that we can do a project now instead of having to wait several years, because we can't bank money. We have to spend it, all of it every year in the CRA. So in order to do that and to do a large project, we need to borrow to get the amount of dollars needed for a capital project to be completed.
Okay, thank you. The company, PFM Financial Advisors, is there a representative from that group here tonight?
They are not.
Okay, so there's a contract, basically, for their services, and as part of their services, they would be charging us for a fee to create bonds, correct?
Correct.
And for example, I'm looking at the scale that you have put together for that, if I can find it. The scope of services. It lists many, many things that they can charge us for. Three pages, 4 pages. 5 pages, 6 pages, and then finally we come to exhibit, and those 5 pages are all the things they can charge us for. The charging includes $250 for a managing director per hour, senior managing $225 for a senior manager, and an analyst $200 per hour. All of those are per hour things, and including those 5 pages of things they can bill us on. None of them would include a bond, because the bond is a separate part of the negotiated terms and pricing. So the bond would be for example, if we were to borrow, and I'm going to throw out a round number to make it easy to calculate, $10 million. We wanted to borrow $10 million. The fee to pay for that bond service, not including the work that they've done, it's just to attach to the bond itself, correct?
Correct.
And that would be per $1,000, 0.95, correct?
Correct.
So for a $10 million bond, it would come to $9,500. Is that correct?
I believe so. I don't do quick math, so.
Okay. Well, that's why I did it in round numbers, but except that that's not correct, because there's a minimum fee per transaction of $19,500. So I'm bringing these up because I don't think we're in the position here to be looking at borrowing money. We want to build a community center. I know that's a great idea, but we don't have the money for that. So we would have to borrow to do that, right? If we were to go ball field community center? All right, you don't have to answer anymore. I think we're in a place where we're just trying to borrow our way out of trouble that's been generated over the last year. So that's my position, and thank you for answering my questions.
Executive Director.
Yeah, I just thank you, Chair. The reason why we wrote in there as needed is because there's no charge to us unless we do anything. This agreement is in place in case either the CRA and later on if the town commission ever decides to go forward. You don't have to use this firm. There's no cost until you use them. The thought was that we have something in place, and we don't have to have anything in place, but the thing is that when you want to go forward, it's available to you. No different than you have multiple professional engineering contracts. We don't use them all the time, but they're available to us on an as-needed basis. That's what this is providing. The conversation has been that, we have revenues that are dedicated to the CRA. We have a number of projects that have been wanted to be completed. Would it be better to fund those projects up front, utilizing the dollars that are coming in or expected to come in to support that, again, down the line, and then be able to generate a downtown that will generate additional income or tax increment financing to support it. The bond would be for the term of the CRA, if that ever happened, if you all decided. But there's no commitment to this board if you approve this. those costs, none of those are responsible to you as of today. This is only an as-needed, only if you decide to go forward type of contract. Again, very similar to what we do very often with our professional engineering contracts.
No, I understand. Board Member O'Rourke, and I saw your hand go up. Board Member Linden after.
If this is something that we can use as needed, why don't we bring it up when we need it? That's because you just said that we have those for engineering services. I've heard over the last 3 months, we've used 3 different engineering services, and those are things that are coming up in our next item too.
And that's your choice. If you choose as a board not to go forward, then that's your choice to do it. But we're bringing you a recommendation that it's there, it's available. Possibly as we go further on and we need it further on, the prices go up. So it may be more prudent to save, to lock in the prices now. But again, if you choose not to go forward with it, that's, of course, you're the policy makers. So, but if we don't bring it to you, then you don't have an option to even know what's available. So that's our thought, is we wanted to bring it to you in case this is what you want to do. So that's, again, it doesn't matter if you do it or not, but the prices do lock in today.
Board Member Linden.
How competitive was the bidding process for this?
This is a financial and banking services, so it's outside of our procurement code for bidding. So we did speak to several different financial firms. The town manager had worked with this firm prior in Okeechobee, so had a good experience, so we had some reference to use.
Do we have anything in writing, and I was trying to look at it quickly, that if we accept this, that a year from now we decide we want to use them, that we're locked into these rates?
I believe the term of the contract was at a 3-year, I believe. So it would be until the end of the term of the contract. I don't know that
I
we did
believe
have
it's
a term.
actually 5 years.
Okay.
So within the
Apologize.
5 years, basically, when we need the scope of
Correct.
services.
With a 3-year renewal.
Right.
Whatever prices are there
That
is
is
the
correct.
locked in. Okay. Board Member Linden. Whatever you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not comfortable with this because, as mentioned, we don't need this right now. And I know if we don't use it, we don't pay for it. And we fell into some problems previously where anticipating revenue coming in, and that revenue never came in, and it came back to hurt us. So I just don't think we need this right now, so in my opinion.
All set?
Ma-
Okay. Board Member Thomas.
Okay. It was not my intent to try to derail this, okay? But I think that the semantics of this is important for me. I saw this agenda item, and it's under CRA. And the first word that it says is the finance department has identified a need for, right? And I keep thinking to myself, CRAs are separate and separate entities. I know that they do work, but we also have to have designated hours for whomever is doing work for the CRA. Then I started going further, and I started looking at it, and I know that there are capital improvement projects that are within the CRA, okay? And so as I started reading it and trying to move along with my understanding of what it is that we were trying to do, I just felt that there was a lot of words that didn't belong but should be restated, and I think that it was done as a result of expediency, I think, because we have the same thing that's going to be in the city side, in the town side of it. And I just thought that, one, when we get agenda items so late for us to try to read and digest all of this, right? And we're really trying, and all of us have busy jobs up here. But you're trying to, balance this. And I thought, what you said was like 9 paragraphs down. And that, in my mind, should have been the lead. And then to say, we are looking for these project improvements within the CRA and therefore are looking to bond these form of projects. Then it's clear, just to me. Say it's not semantics or not, but it didn't. I kept thinking to myself, what is going on here? What is it that you're saying? Then I read the town side of it, and I'm like, is it the finance department needing a person or not a person, right? And then it said, on an as-need basis. And I'm like, wait a minute. On an as-need basis, so they can, and we have had these issues. We have had firms that pad, the finances on one side, saying that they're doing all of this, and then neglect it on another. And I want to know if we're going to be doing work that relates to the bonding of capital improvement projects, that we identify that specifically, and that we say these are for those areas that within the CRA. And to me, that would have made it clear, and it's tight, and it's transparent, right? Because I know this is what this person is going to be doing for us. On the town side, we have a lot of stuff, right? But on the CRA side, because we are being fought at the state level on where we are and how we're spending funds, I think it's just important for us to be very clear. And if I'm not here tomorrow, there's a record, and the record says, this is why we needed that firm. This is the amount of money that's being allocated for that firm to do this particular job. And we're just not, this person isn't like working on this project, getting pulled from this project and then doing that project, because we waste. To me, that's not considered efficiency. That's considered wastefulness.
Okay. I just think this is too early to support. I don't see right now why we need to have this. We have a lot more other things to address when it comes to the CRA.
Well, I'd like to address again the trepidation about this item. As now a consultant for this agency, no longer an employee of this town, I will tell you, the CRA has the ability to move forward and to redevelop and to grow. And where projects are getting stopped, we can continue to move and push. And these capital projects, they're in your capital project plan. The Oval About, we've got county funding that's coming against that. We have septic to sewer. If you want to convert septic to sewer, we need to get that in a bond. So I'll be very strong about, I believe the CRA does need to bond. We need to borrow money. We have the revenue coming in the future, and we have to have a financial consultant to help us through that process. And that's, if it's semantics about the contract, we can control that and change that. If it's trepidation
say that, Allison.
about
that wasn't said here. What you're saying makes sense, right?
Okay.
That and nothing that I read here, right, said that. And I'm going to say to you, yes, I should read my CIP every single time, right? But I'm going to tell you that CIP is 800 pages, right? I'm not going 800 pages for that. That's why I pay consultant. That's why I have staff. Give me what I want so it can be very efficient on this diet so we can make, decisions. What you're saying isn't in here.
Understood.
And if that was said in here, you wouldn't have a question for me. And that is just how I feel about it. Thank you.
Just one last, I'm sorry.
Board Member O'Rourke.
You've mentioned several times that there's future monies coming into the town. If those future, and I'm going to use an example here, if property was purchased in this town because the person that purchased that property or the entity that purchased that property was looking to do something with that property, and then was prevented from doing that, they spent a lot of money on the property. It elevates the value of that property, and it gives us a bigger TIF. When those things come into fruition and suddenly the property taxes are reevaluated and that property is not going to happen in a different development way, for example, then that's going to lower the value. And so we're not even here on this stuff. These are items that we're not ready for. If there's a bonding issue, something that we need to borrow money to do, that's an appropriate thing, it should be brought up first, not the consultant first. That's my view. Thank you.
Can we go ahead, because by the temperature of the dais right now, I was going to table it and not even.
No, I think we should vote on this.
You would want to vote? Is that everybody's ready to vote? Okay. Then, and please entertain a motion.
And I know, I'm not picking on you, but last time you did a negative motion on something, and we said, we're not going to do that. I'm not going to do it that way.
Go ahead and make
I'm
the
going to do it
motion,
as a
sir.
positive motion. I'm going to do the motion because it allows us to have discussion.
Okay.
And the motion is, if I can get it right here, I think I have it. Sorry.
Here you go, sir.
Sorry. Thanks. I move to approve Resolution 40126 for the, it says the Town of Lake Park, but I'm going to put the CRA into an agreement with PFM Financial Advisors.
Okay.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any other further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Hey,
The motion doesn't pass. Okay. And actually, I have to apologize because I had a public comment card on this, and I'm still going to allow you to read it regardless, if you would like to. I apologize, Ms. Taylor. You had a public comment card on this? Yeah, can we please come up and read it nonetheless?
Ms. Taylor, there is another one coming up for the town if you want to address it at that time.
Yeah, you want to do it? Yes.
Okay.
Please come on up.
Mary Taylor, 209 Park Avenue. I just want to say, I agree with you. I agree with O'Rourke. You did a good job there because to me it
Oh
sounds.
my gosh, Mary, what are you saying?
That's right. That's
All right,
right.
all right, all
To
right.
me,
Go ahead.
it sounds like a credit card. You know, you have in your pocket. It's pretty easy to pull out a credit card sometime if before you really, explore a lot of possibilities. So I commend you. I think that we don't need that until we need that. We will need things. I would like to see I would like to know more about the CRA plans for the Burt Bostrom Park, but I think that's coming up this week, and that I would like to see money go to that. I'd like to see that park open up for the little ones, and a park open up for the soccer ball, and maybe even potential racquetball courts. Remember the racquetball wars we had, and that's all.
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. I believe that's all we have for today. I have nothing under new business. CRA administrator comments.
Yes, just one thing, and Ms. Taylor mentioned it. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. in Town Hall, Burt Bostrom Community Workshop. We will have our consultants in town. They're going to give a short presentation on the survey results to date. So we've had quite a few survey responses, but it's still open. we'll be asking for additional feedback. So we'll give a little bit of information on what we've heard so far, and then open up the room. They'll have boards up to talk one-on-one with people, to ask questions, to give their feedback on what they'd like to see in the park. So we're still in the information gathering phase, and this is an opportunity for a public workshop at Town Hall for the community to come in and continue to survey on the needs for Boston Park.
Okay, anything else? That'll be it?
Well,
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Executive Director? You have nothing? Any board member comments?
No, I'm good.
Seeing none, any agency member requests? Oh, board member, you have board member comment? Okay, board member Thomas.
Yes, I just really like to say how beautiful Park Avenue was over the holidays. There were a few lights that were out, but I just like to say how beautiful the Park Avenue Boulevard really looked during this holiday. And it's almost sad to know that it's not going to be lit like that the whole entire time, but it was very welcoming, and it really provided that holiday spirit. So thank you, staff.
Okay, agency member request. I just wanted to find out what's the status, and I believe you mentioned it with the, oh, go, actually, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Thank you. That's what I want to say. No, I want to thank the CRA and the executive director for getting Kelsey Market started up in the redevelopment phase. That was kind of I know we gave that, the funds, and I really, really, truly, I want us to take the horns on making that place, Park Avenue looking a lot better. So maybe a little bit, tough conversation, a little pressure, but we'll get it together. So thank you. Sure.
Board member Thomas.
Is there a timeline on that grant?
there is. There's an 18-month timeline. They had 6 months to get their permit. They got their permit. Unfortunately, they didn't start for another 6 months. Their permit was nearly expired, but they did begin work, so.
So they will be looking at us because they're like, what, a year or more into this, aren't they? Into that grant?
I
Like
believe
18?
they need to be done by next, I believe November. I will get you a
Yeah, I was going to
date
like say,
on that.
just
I'll
let
get
me
you a
know
date
because
on that.
it just
Yeah.
seems a little longer than, what it is. And I'm thinking that they're probably coming up for a request for an extension or something, or they're close to the
I
expiration of
don't
the grant.
believe we're close yet, but I will
Okay.
check on that and let you all know.
Okay, thank you.
We're
Okay,
watching.
so since we're on agency member request, and they've kind of given me a little leg up on what I was going to ask, if you can give me a summary of all those projects that have received funding, grant funding.
Have received funding? Yes, absolutely.
That's the 718, the Kelsey Market, the Coastal Karma Complex
Mm-hmm.
there, and any other ones that I have not mentioned.
Yeah. We have, yes, I will provide an update with all of the incentives that have been given and the status of the project.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other requests? I'll entertain a motion of adjournment.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're going to be switching things to now. Would you like to give 5 minutes, Vivian? Nope, we can go right through.
Mayor, can we go right ahead? This is a really big agenda.
Actually,
tonight.
that's what I was thinking already, so thank you for saying that. This is the Town Lake Park Regular Commission meeting for Wednesday, January 21st, 2026. The time is now 7:15 p.m. Can we have the clerk please take the roll call?
Commissioners Linden,
Here.
Thomas. O'Rourke.
Present.
Here,
Vice Mayor Hensley.
Here.
Mayor Mashad.
Here. We will bypass the Pledge of Allegiance, and next we will have the approval of the agenda. I
Aye.
was going to ask before anybody else says anything. Let me find it. The item number 14, being the Kimberly Horn
we're all,
report. Can we go ahead and move that up to the top?
it's what I was going to
Okay,
ask.
okay.
Motion to move 14 to the top of the
Top
agenda.
of new business. Let's get that out of the way.
Can we move it to ahead of
Ordinance on.
consent? Because consent, I know there's going to be some items pulled there, too.
Okay.
Correct. Would there be an,
Can I have 1 second to look over it, because there might be some stuff that the public might need to hear. So let me just take a look, just to make sure. That's my way of making sure we said that we're good.
okay. Okay, so let's go ahead. You're going to make that motion for
I
item
move to
number-
move item 14 up ahead of the consent agenda.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any other discussion? And for the record, item number 14 is going from worst to first.
Must be a Jeff.
No pun intended on that statement. We're just saying it's going from the last item to the first item on the agendas. So, no other further discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, we made that movement, and no other items.
I have one other thing with regard to the agenda that I wanted to mention, if I may.
Okay.
This agenda is 476 pages long. It was released to us on Friday.
Yes.
We can't keep doing that. It's got to come up sooner than that.
Well, I know normally it would be a week prior to the meeting day. If we can somehow get to that.
Even if there's a prospective agenda, so we can get an idea of what's coming up, that would be helpful.
Yeah. That's
Because it was a lot today.
Quite a bit.
So I'm asking that respectfully.
That's a favorable. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so the approval agenda passes. We have nothing on the special presentation and report.
Wait a minute, you can't approve the agenda because there were a couple of items that I,
We'll get to consent and
Okay,
then you can
okay,
pull it
okay,
then.
okay.
Okay? All right, so next we have public comment. I do have public comment cards that are non-agenda items. Again, public comment is 3 minutes. Please be respectful of the person talking. We do have a civility and decorum. Please, no clapping, no making any outburst. Captain, you know what you have to do. Okay? All right. So, I'm going to call the first person, Connie Chabot. And I saw I said at the beginning, so.
Hi, my name's Connie Shabbat, and I'm co-owner of Nature's Way Cafe with my husband, Pat Welsh. Nature's Way Cafe is a franchise that was founded in South Florida nearly 50 years ago with trademark rights to all of the United States. Our Lake Park location is situated at 804 U.S. Highway 1 and has been there since 2015. Upon acquisition of the franchise rights 2 years ago, we said, let's make Lake Park the national headquarters and bring people here to sell them the dream of small business ownership. We quickly established talks with the CRA to do just that. The CRA moved things forward with the town. However, everything is halted in the entire last year. It's unfortunate, as we also have a vision for our business that gives back to the community it serves. As my husband and I are both former college athletes who understand the importance of sport in one's life, especially the lives of children, we envision spearheading an annual Nature's Way 5K through the town of Lake Park. Perhaps even a national lacrosse program, right out of Burt Bostrom Park. My husband is a former lacrosse champion out of North Carolina Chapel Hill and has already received high-level commitments from U.S. Lacrosse, who would support him in such an endeavor. Of course, we'd love to move forward with all of these things, but things aren't moving forward. At this stage, we are uncertain that expansion in Lake Park would be a wise decision, as the town is acting erratically in terms of development contracts. The Lake Park Marina is just one example. The town, who signed a binding development agreement with Forest Development, a deal that was approved and executed by its attorney, is now being sued by Forest Development because the town is not respecting the agreement. Why would the town attorney allow for that to happen? Why instead did the town budget nearly $500,000 towards legal fees on the backs of the taxpayers to pay its attorney to fight an agreement that same attorney previously approved and executed and got paid to do so at the time of execution? This is a major conflict of interest. Furthermore, there's a lot of noise around alleged sunshine violations. If there were in fact sunshine violations, this is an entirely separate issue. If the town violated the sunshine law, this does not render the contract with Forest Development invalid. What it does do is exposes the town, and only the town, because regardless of what anyone feels about the deal, the town cannot use a transparency violation to get out of the deal. The town attorney surely understands all of this. What we appear to be seeing with the current administration is a policy by lawyer. We see major delays, permit obstructions, the engagement of consultants like Kimley Horn, to whom the town has paid thousands and thousands of dollars to consult on things that cannot even be changed given Senate Bill 180. The Kimley Horn project is just another example of a lot of wasted time and money on the backs of residents, local businesses, and investors. Respectfully, it's all rather chaotic from an administrative perspective, and quite frankly, scares away great people from being the change that this town so desperately deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Welsa? Did I say the name right? I hope.
Pat Welsh, 804 U.S. Highway 1.
Oh, it's a H. My apologies for mistaking your name.
Mayor, I've been called a lot worse.
Not a problem.
Thank you. Why have the town manager and the town attorney halted over $1 billion in previously agreed upon development, bringing the town to a point whereby the town's attorney's recommendation of new marina developers poses a serious and potential conflict of interest? Why is the town of Lake Park in a financially disastrous position? Why is the town attorney the highest paid salary employee at $250,000 a year, yet he only works for the town part-time? Why are there rumblings around town of town retirement account shortfalls? Why has a minor cost of living increase for the 2026 denied to the employees of the town? Why has almost $500,000 of taxpayer money been set aside in a legal defense fund for possible litigation of previously agreed upon contracts by the town? Why has the town attorney passed a law that he cannot be removed from his highest paid part-time position of $250,000 a year without a supermajority of having at least 4 out of 5 council members vote him out? Who approved this? To whom does this make any sense? Isn't it blatantly obvious what is happening here? Kimley Horn was paid close to $100,000 of taxpayer money. Why did Kimley Horn not once ever offer the recommendation of going several stories higher, create more breathtaking views of our town, Kelsey Park, the intercoastal and the ocean, and at the same time generate even more of a tax windfall for the town? The approved development on 10th serves as a barrier. The approved development blocks the 5G tower on Waterline. The approved development blocks out the industrial park. The approved development buffers the train noise from all residents. The approved development yields a tax windfall. The writing on the wall was clear from the first Kimley Horn meeting. Reverse the original agreement and minimize the 10th Street development because of a few naysayers. Where will we be today? Where would we be today had the 10th Street development started like it was agreed to? 2 modern, beautiful buildings would be nearing completion and generating almost $2 million in taxes, and more businesses in Lake Park would be thriving, prosperous, and flourishing with new customers. People would be speaking highly of our town. Today, our town remains in dire need of revitalization that the previous administration signed into agreements years ago. Instead, we are all witnessing a slow and painful waste. Why have the town manager and the town attorney halted this growth?
Thank you.
Maybe this is why the town of Lake Park is struggling for money.
Thank you. Sheila Martin.
Hello. My name is Sheila Martin, and I'm a new business here in Lake Park. A year ago, I opened up a Lily Mac Spa and Boutique on 415 US 1 next to the Conviva Health Department, or Health Doctor's Office, I believe is what it is, across the street from Sherman-Williams. I wanted to introduce myself, hopefully drive some business to my shop. It's been a very slow start, and I'm having an event, so I would like to announce that. My event is February 10th from 4 to 7, and again, my business is Lily Mac Spa and Boutique, and that's what I'd like to share tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I also brought invitations for the event, so I left them on the table if anyone's interested. Thank you.
Natasha Almeida.
My name is Natasha Almeida. I'm a homeowner, 1100 Second Court, business owner, 802 10th Street, and I come to speak for a few reasons. On a personal level, I want to share a little bit about our business and on my home. Our 13-year business has been in Lake Park for 5 years, and many of the people on the commission haven't had a chance to really know what we bring to the town. We build our future generations and work with children. My husband will explain a little bit more about what we do. Businesses here are trying to expand, and we're trying to bring in heartfelt energy and looking to grow and move to bigger spots. And much bigger players are trying to build so that all the businesses and homes can flourish. We're a positive flow of energy between all of us. It's something that seems to be missing right now. We work with adults and kids. Kids are our most precious cargo, and we know so ourselves. We transport kids from over 13 different schools in the area every day and bring them to our academy. And did you know that not one of those schools are in Lake Park, unfortunately? We pulled a report from the last 5 years, and out of over 800 people who either tried a class or signed up to be one of our students, only 25 of them were from Lake Park. And currently, out of our 250 active students, only 3 of them hold the Lake Park address. We've been trying to design programs that work to reach our youth locally. Our dreams to accept scholarships to help our own, and it would be amazing if the town of Lake Park would have an interest and an intent in creating scholarships to help our youth. There are so many children here right in our backyard who need what we have to offer. We work with kids with special needs. Some of our employees started with us as kids with or without special needs, but they now work for us. And there's so many businesses and people here working their butts off to give to Lake Park, and it is not being reciprocated. And as you know, we've been trying to build our home here in Lake Park since 2023 when we acquired it, because we saw so much potential here. We sold our paid-off home that had no mortgage to build our home here, the one that you guys are suing us for. We're a humble couple that brings life to your community and who helps people make a positive difference in the world. We don't have the $500,000 budget to fight or litigate for petty things. And I hear the town is in financial crisis, so they have the money to litigate against us, humble people that are making a difference in your community. Everything that we have and we earn, we invest back into our business, which is right here in Lake Park. And it hurts my heart to see this with such a special town, with special souls trying to make things happen here. And what we get from the town are petty code violations and lawsuits instead of love, respect, and help. When our house is completed, it's going to be one of the most, if not the most beautiful property in Lake Park, which means the values of all the other homes will increase. And we bring nothing but positivity and energy, and I'm hoping to see some changes and positivity and acts rooted in love, respect, and humility, which are some of the basic ingredients for success. If the town works from that angle, it will explode with success as well. There's a quote from Albert Einstein that says, everything is energy, and that's all there is to it. So where is the town putting their energy? I invite the town to humbly analyze the roadblocks that they're putting to those who are trying to make things happen here. Thank you.
Thank you. Igor Almeida.
My name is Igor Almeida. I own PPGMA Greatness Center here in Lake Park. I specialize in teaching martial arts to children and kids with special needs, autism, Down syndrome, and want to share a little bit of my business. and my personal with you guys. We started at age 2 with our classes, and we have a community of 250 families that we train. These people are friends on and off the mat. They're friends outside of here. So on Fridays, when they end their classes, they go and they close restaurants. You know, they go 60-plus families. You know, they close restaurants. You know, they could go to Lake Park, but they're not. They're not going to Lake Park. You know, you guys need to work on this, man. You know, and meanwhile, I'm being sued by you guys. I was grinding my floors this morning. I went to work, taught classes, and now I'm here talking to you guys. Tomorrow morning at 5:30, I'm going to wake up and I'm going to go teach class. My first class, 6 a.m. This is ridiculous what you guys do.
Andrew Kaplan.
Hello, thank you. Good evening. My name is Andrew Kaplan. I'm the Director of Operations for David Burke Hospitality here in Florida. We are the owners and operators of Seahawk Prime by David Burke, the Birdie Dockside Bar and Grill, and the soon-to-be open Park Avenue Cafe, which will be a cafe and market at the Nautilus 220. David Burke's company has invested over $5 million in the town of Lake Park through these restaurants, and David is also becoming a resident of Lake Park based on his purchase of the condo at the Nautilus 220. The town of Lake Park needs to continue with its redevelopment. This will encourage new businesses to open here, and the current business also need new residents to sustain them. We are excited to be in Lake Park and want all businesses to succeed. This only bodes well for the town as a whole. Thank you, and we welcome all residents to enjoy our new restaurant at the Lake Park Harbor Marina. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Daniel Nagan. Daniel? Oh, okay. Thank you.
My name is Daniel Nagley. I live on Hawthorne Drive. I've been a resident here since 2011. My wife has been a resident here for 50 years. She's seen a lot of changes. I hear a lot of complaints about the direction of the commissioners, but I like to say that building high-rises, I feel, is against the tenor of what a town should be. There are other ways to revitalize a town without the necessity of building high-rises. A beautiful example is a town in North Central Florida, a town called Winter Gardens. It is a vibrant and beautiful town with a theater, fine restaurants, and other amenities. One called Thai Blossom is a restaurant which I have a habit of visiting while I'm in the area. The point of all of this is that it is an achievement in an active, vibrant town far from Orlando and has no high-rises. Has the commission looked into towns of this nature?
Thank you. Amy Angelo.
Amy Angelo, 1301 10th Street. I actually own that property. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Amy Angelo. I'm the co-founder of Oceana Coffee, Culinary Studio, and Florida Canning, all headquartered here in Lake Park. I'm here tonight in support of the proposed residential project at the corner of 10th and Park, which is located within the CRA. So for anyone unfamiliar with the term CRA, it stands for Community Redevelopment Area. The fact that Lake Park has a CRA is evidence that it needs one. So this formal recognition is for this area that has experienced economic distress and requires intentional reinvestment. This project aligns directly with that purpose. Residential development is one of the most effective tools for revitalization. New residents create daily economic activity. They support local businesses and help activate our streets. Without additional housing in the CRA, reinvestment slows down and small businesses struggle to grow. Residential projects also strengthen the town financially by expanding the tax base and generating revenue, which it sounds like we need, without increasing the tax burden on the existing residents. I also want to acknowledge the strong work that the CRA has already done. The redevelopment of 1301 10th Street, our home, received state-level recognition, demonstrating what is possible when Lake Park supports thoughtful redevelopment. But there are no awards for staying the same. Continued success requires continued investment. As these residential projects are evaluated, I respectfully suggest that an economic impact study be included along with the other information that we're evaluating, traffic, how these things impact our streets. It also needs to have an economic study along with it. Park Avenue is the spine of the CRA, and residential development at that location supports existing businesses and reinforces the public investments being discussed for this corridor. I respectfully ask the Commission to exercise the leadership that you were elected to provide. Redevelopment decisions are about more than just one project. They benefit more than just the town itself. They impact thousands of residents, workers, and business owners, and have a lasting positive effect on our local economy. Not every decision is going to satisfy everyone. Focusing on the long-term health and vitality of the entire community is essential. Lake Park is a town. It is not a private enclave. If we want the CRA and our business community to thrive, we must be willing to support reasonable residential development like the project before you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like this added to the
Absolutely.
public record, please.
Sure. Carmen Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Carmen Rodriguez, 1301 10th Street. 5 years ago this May, I came to Lake Park to open a second location of Brooklyn Cupcake. I came because I believed in the vision this town shared with me. An arts district, dining experiences along Park Avenue, a walkable, vibrant community where small businesses could thrive. The reality was harder than expected. My build-out took over 2.5 years, and 16 months after finally opening, I had to make one of the toughest decisions of my career. I had to close my location or risk losing my entire business. But I never lost faith in Lake Park. 5 years later, I'm still here. I'm the head chef in charge at Culinary Studio, and I still hear the same quiet cries from the small business owners who also fell in love with Lake Park and are struggling just to stay. So today I ask a simple but important question. What will Lake Park's legacy be? Once this town was filled with history and pride, I had to find out the hard way, but I wonder what Kelsey and MacArthur would be thinking today. It feels stagnant, growth is slow, opportunities feel limited, and our young people, our children, they don't see the future here. I stayed because I believe in the promise of this town and because there were partners who believed in it too. One of those partners being Forest Development. Forest was part of the original vision that drew many of us here. Projects like Nautilus 220 represented the kind of thoughtful development Lake Park needs. Development that brings people, energy, and opportunity into this community. When Nautilus 220 was topped off, Forest didn't just celebrate internally. They reached back into the community. They hired local vendors. They made the moment inclusive. They invested locally. And that commitment didn't stop there. Forest Development was also the main sponsor of Culinary Clash right here in Lake Park, an event designed to showcase local talent and bring people into our community and support small business. This is a company that doesn't just build in a community, they build with it. Will we be a town that resists growth, one that embraces smart community-minded development? Our children want to live where they can work and live in the same place. Where commuting is shorter, families are stronger, and neighbors actually know one another. Developments like Nautilus 220 and partners like Forest show us what's possible when vision and community align. I ask it with hope and not with criticism. What will Lake Park's legacy be? Because the choices we make today will decide who stays, who leaves, and what kind of community we become.
Thank you. Oscar Caballero.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Oscar Caballero with Equinox Realty. My family and I moved to Lake Park, Florida at the beginning of the year 2015. We've seen a lot of projects happening and being proposed. We need forward movement and development, redevelopment and growth. Lake Park became a designated zone for the CRA precisely because of a critical need was identified for the city and its redevelopment. That's what the R stands for, as we all know. This would only bode well for the town and its future as an integral part of Palm Beach County. Nautilus 220 is a perfect example. They are now open. People are very excited. New restaurants, new people for the city of Lake Park, significantly increased tax revenues that obviously we all need, which will translate into better roads, infrastructure, and school system. A tremendous investment into their future, our children, the next generation. Also, obviously, job opportunities in the short term. We have the Marina project on hold, the Tenton Park development project on hold, and several other projects downtown Lake Park, all on hold. We need forward movement. Why are we stalled? I ask myself the question. We continue to fully support the Marina redevelopment and all the other projects ongoing, and the developer of the town has an agreement with, mentioned before, Forest Development. This partnership, the P3, with the town of Lake Park is a win-win. More funds coming in, better and additional services for all the residents. And in conclusion, I would just like to urge each and every one of you, the leadership of this amazing town, to take clear and decisive steps, and let's move these projects forward as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Zechariah Cezanne.
Okay, the party that we had in December was awesome, by the way. It was absolutely incredible, so that was amazing. Party being the Christmas lights and everything else, it was so much fun. So I just want to start there. You guys did a great job. All right, so good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, members, and the community. My name is Zechariah. I'm going to fly. So Zechariah Sassani. I'm the owner of the Avalanche Gym here located in Lake Park. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. I want to begin by saying this. I trust each and every one of you are already working diligently and determined the best course of action for Lake Park's future. I believe you when you say it's not a matter of if we're going to develop, it's a matter of what and how and who, and I agree with you on that. And so I'm here today as a business owner, a new husband, a new father, pursuing the American dream. We officially opened our doors 3 years ago. I am up in the morning, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. I often work to 12, 1 or 2 in the morning. You may see my car out there often. calling clients, building marketing strategies, and investing heavily in the education to create a business that adds real value to Lake Park. We've succeeded in many ways, including national recognition, based on Google and meta analytics and outperforming almost every gym in Palm Beach County. But this is what I want to share. That's the hard part. When potential clients visit our area, many tell me they don't feel safe. They see abandoned buildings, fenced-off properties, visible disorder, and activity that gives them pause. They tell me that they love what we're doing, but they don't want to associate with something that feels like it isn't growing. We don't. When they don't feel the momentum here, they choose to go to our competitors in neighboring cities. These conversations come home with me, and I have to explain these to my wife. I have to look at my 5-year-old or 5-month-old, and I have to contemplate how I'm going to provide. This is the department that matters. Development isn't just construction. It's an ecosystem. It's a beacon of hope. Residents support businesses. Businesses create jobs. Jobs bring stability, safety, and pride. And when the cycle works, everyone wins: families, employees, and business owners, and the town itself. We need more residents, more people living here, walking here, investing here. That foot traffic fuels the local businesses, gyms, salons, restaurants, retail, and creates all kinds of downtown. It creates a downtown that people want to be a part. To me, development symbolizes hope. Hope for my 15 employees and their families, for our 100 members and their families, and the people we're working to change their lives. I want to be clear. I take full responsibility for my business. I'm not asking for the town to grow it for me, but the decisions made here have a direct impact on the livelihoods of everyone, and I can't sign a contract to build. Only you can. We trust our leadership. We believe in Lake Park, and we ask that you continue to move forward with courage, wisdom, and urgency for everyone who has chosen to build their lives here. Thank you for your time, and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you. James Sullivan.
James Sullivan, 348 Flagler Boulevard. I listened to everybody speaking about how they want to increase the possibility for children and everything to grow up here in town. And about all the uniform things that are nice, but they forgot one thing: you got to keep them alive. And that's what I'm here to speak about. I've been noticing today. I was coming back from Walmart down, I believe it's called Water Tower Road. And I saw 2 kids racing these little electric bikes. One was a 3-wheeler and one was a 2-wheeler. And the guy on the 2-wheeler couldn't have been more than 12 years old. And this is going to get somebody killed. In fact, Riviera Beach has already experienced this. And so has several cities in California that I know of. And it's not only a problem in the United States, it's a problem elsewhere, because when I was going to Roosevelt University in Chicago, I had a roomie of mine from St. Petersburg, Russia. And I got an email from him the other day speaking about the problem they're having there with the same thing that I'm talking about. And they're contemplating making all these little scooters and whatever the heck they are have little miniature license plates, because that's the only way they can get control of this, because you can't have the police in patrol cars or motorcycles chasing these kids, because they might get killed. In the meantime, create worse accidents. So I'm saying we should look into doing something to bring these people under control and hold those parents responsible if they don't buy helmets for them. Because the 2 kids I saw racing, no helmets, like they're invincible, and they're not. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. That's all the public comment cards I have right now for non-agenda items. I do have public comment cards for our next item that was moved up on the agenda from the end of the agenda to now before public comment. That is item number 14. update, discussion, and direction on the Park Avenue Downtown District, otherwise known as the PADD, final report and recommendations, and Senate Bill 180. Just for the record, just so everybody is aware, as this is one of our hot topics for our town, this is just a presentation that will be conducted by Kimberly Horn. There will be no action that will be taken tonight, as well as there will be no voting that will be taken tonight, nor no motions. So this is simply a report, presentation, and discussion. And I also do have public comment cards as well for this agenda item, and we will be going through those as well. So without further ado, Ms. DiTomaso, please begin.
Good evening, Nadia DiTomaso, Community Development Director. I will turn it over to Kimberly Horn and Associates in just a few moments. Just to emphasize the mayor's comments, this agenda item is strictly a presentation by Kimberly Horn. Ultimately, pursuant to prior discussions of the Town Commission that we did have on the Park Avenue Downtown District study, there was a request that when we received the final study and recommendations, along with their draft land development regulations, draft comprehensive plan amendments, that we bring those forward and have Kimberly Horn present them to the commission so that the public can also hear what those recommendations are. So this agenda item, just to reiterate, is not proposing any formal action on any proposed ordinance. This is not an ordinance agenda item. If and when those proposed changes move forward, there is a specific process for them that does require advertising. It requires public hearings, ample opportunities for public input, planning and zoning board meetings, town commission meetings. So I just wanted to make sure that I put that on the record just to emphasize that that is not what we're doing tonight. And so at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Kimberly Horn for their presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Town Commission. Allie Palmer with Kimberly Horn here this evening on behalf of the town. We are a multidisciplinary firm, one of your consultants that you have for general consulting services. And we, as was discussed, we were hired to look at the Park Avenue Downtown District in early 2025. With me tonight, I have Adam Kerr, who has been with, he's actually celebrating his 24th year with Kimberly Horn tonight, believe it or not. He's only 25. And he's actually been in the West Palm Beach office that whole time. Our firm actually opened here in 1968, but we have offices throughout the country. Just a little background on the company. I have been working in planning in Florida for the last 23 years, some of that time with Kimberly Horn, some of it with other local firms, and have always had the pleasure of working with your town. So I'm excited to be here this evening. So the purpose of tonight, as you know, is to review the PAD study that we completed and some of those recommendations. It has been some time since we've been here, so we thought it might be a good idea to just go through the full study and as well as the recommendations, just to make sure that we're bringing everybody who may have not been able to participate last year up to speed. I've tried to abbreviate as much as I can of the 50 plus pages of analysis, hoping not to keep you here quite the whole evening, but I'm happy to answer any questions, of course, after the presentation if there's anything you feel I missed or you'd like more details on. And of course, Adam is here as well to cover anything on the transportation or engineering side. So the way that we had shaped the study was essentially into 6 different parts. We did a existing conditions analysis where we looked at land use, zoning, comparable jurisdictions, utilities, transportation. We did a limited market study that looked at sort of the demographics and economic information within the downtown area. We did an existing plan review, so we looked at your existing comprehensive plan policies as well as your existing land development code within the PAD. After all of that was completed, we did what we call a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges. We also completed a development scenario analysis, and then the last part of the report is our recommendations based on all of that information. So just wanted to kind of give you a high overview of what you'll be hearing this evening. Okay, so first we're going to talk about that existing conditions portion of the study. We, as I mentioned, did look at land use. As most of you are probably familiar, there is a mix of land uses within the Park Avenue Downtown District, commercial, residential, office, mixed use, and institutional uses. We also looked at utilities within the district and infrastructure needs. We have done an analysis on the water and wastewater within the district, and we'll talk a little bit more about that here in detail later in the presentation. We also looked at the transportation and the existing infrastructure of the roadway network within the district. We looked at environmental and civic spaces within the district, noting that there are no major natural resources within the district or flooding or flood zones. We looked at recreation, open spaces, noting that there are some limitations on the existing civic use areas within the area. As far as demographics are concerned, we did note that there is overall a younger population within the district compared to some of the other parts of the town and overall in the county. And you'll see how the data is kind of presented. We kind of go district, town, and county, just to kind of give you an understanding of how we compare those numbers. And then from a industry perspective, we noted that healthcare, public administration, offices, and retail were some of the larger industries that we found in the district. Next, we looked at the makeup of the actual parcels within the district as far as housing types and redevelopment. For the most part, the housing stock is older. It ranges between about 1950 and 1981 of the majority of the structures. And really, that just tells us that there's offerings for redevelopment and infill opportunities. We also looked at the surrounding areas because, of course, this is the pad study. We're also looking at what's adjacent to the pad. This isn't a silo, so we understand that we need to be looking at what's included within the areas surrounding the pad, which is predominantly lower density residential and institutional areas like Town Hall, as well as schools and other uses of that nature. As far as the population and economic insights, we did note that there is a lower median income within the pad district compared to the rest of the town, and a higher unemployment rate according to the data within the district versus the other parts of the town and the county. Some highlights from that market demand study as far as economic insights are concerned. There was a noted projected retail demand, fairly modest, about 2,700 square feet by 2029. Again, that is looking specifically within the district based on what is here today. So obviously there's lots of things that could impact that weren't necessarily considered in that data that is provided through Tapestry, such as obviously any sort of large redevelopment, adaptive reuse of compliant buildings, and of course what's going on in the rest of the town and the county. So there's definitely different variables that could influence that number, but per the data right now, that is what the projected retail would be within the district. As far as the regulatory framework within the district, the zoning right now, as you probably know, is the Park Avenue Downtown District, which has two sub-districts, the core and the outer. Within the core sub-district, there is, the core sub-district allows for up to 12 stories with a possible waiver for 16 stories with public parking included within the structure, whereas the outer sub-district limits buildings to 4 stories adjacent to the single-family existing uses around the district. From a density perspective, the density right now is set at 48 dwelling units per acre across the district. However, it is important to note that this is essentially permitted to be utilized as what we call a basket of rights at this time, where there could be approvals provided by your board to allow for more units than 48 units per acre on one single parcel. So right now, across the entire district, there's about just under 1,600 units that would be available based on the total acreage of the district. And that's based on the 48 dwelling units per acre. That does also include existing units, so you would have to consider that as well. The next part of the study, we looked at sort of the regional and neighboring jurisdictions that are comparable to the town of Lake Park, either due to their size, their population, or the fact that they also have a historic downtown area. And so some of these districts included, of course, your neighbors, North Palm, Palm Beach Gardens, Riviera Beach. We also looked at Delray Beach and Lake Worth Beach. And so just in summary, to go through some of the high points within these other jurisdictions, we saw that there was up to 18 stories permitted in one of the districts, with most downtowns between 4 and 8 stories. So even though 18 was the max, generally speaking, that's not what you were seeing in these more of these downtown areas. Similar with the density, some of these jurisdictions do allow up to 70 dwelling units per acre. However, the average was more about 40 dwelling units to the acre between, if you looked at them overall in a general perspective. The next segment of the study analyzed the capacity constraints, so the infrastructure, level of service, what's happening in the district as far as if new development came in, what would be, what improvements essentially would need to occur for any development to happen. So the first thing that we, and again, this was based on what the current regs are. So your 3.0 FAR and your 48 dwelling units per acre are essentially 1,600 units across the pad. With that in mind, we concluded that the wastewater capacity does have challenges. Right now, according to Seacoast, there's only 229 ERCs available based on the current infrastructure of the pad and within the proximity to the pad, I should say. And about 1,300 ERCs would be required for the 1,590 units. So as you can see, that's fairly below what would be needed from an infrastructure perspective with wastewater. As far as traffic is concerned, again, looking at that 3.0 FAR, that essentially resulted in a level of service F on all your major intersections within the pad. So that FAR was really driving a lot of our analysis from a transportation perspective. Okay, so this next segment, we're going to talk about some of the public input that we received and what sort of came out of all of this analysis through the report. As you may remember, we had some meetings last spring, and I believe also we're in front of you, and I think we're on June of 2025. And so as part of the community workshop that we held, we did hear back from the residents that they were struggling with the taller building heights that were currently permitted within the pad district right now, and that they favored somewhere around 6 stories seemed to be the preference that came out of that community workshop. And that is really because it supported that small town character. They also had concerns about traffic and congestion and things that might occur based on the current FAR and the 1,500 dwelling units that would be permitted right today. So after we heard from the community and all of our analysis was concluded, we went, as I mentioned, through that SWOC analysis process. Through that process, we essentially concluded that we needed to build on that local character because that's really the strength of this community within the PAD especially. And of course, what makes up that local character are your local businesses. And so we need to really look at a strategic plan to build your market demand, of course, and then also to look at that infrastructure gap between what is here today versus what is permitted in your code as far as future development that could come within the PAD. So the next question that we sort of asked ourselves was, okay, well, what does that mean? How does that translate to actual future development if we are going to look at changes to the comprehensive plan policies and the land development code regulations? And so one of the exercises we did to come to some of the recommendation conclusions was we looked at a 1 acre parcel, just a make-believe parcel that could exist within the PAD. And we performed 3 development scenarios on the 1 acre parcel, assuming sort of worst case scenarios that everything on the parcel would have to be, no waivers, no variances, nothing like that. Everything would meet the code specifically as far as open space requirements, any sort of lot coverage requirements. We used market rate size units and building sizes as far as the way we designed the model. So very similar to what you see being built within the area and even within the town. And what that essentially resulted in was these 3 development scenarios that you can see here that were really dependent on building height. So essentially the 6-story development scenario would allow for up to 48 dwelling units per acre. The 7-story would result in up to 60 dwelling units per acre. And then the 10-story could result up to 100 units to the acre. That does not necessarily mean that if you go with one of these building heights that you would have to go with the dwelling units associated that we show in the development scenario. However, these are the maximums that we've concluded could be held in a building of this size based on all the other development regulations in your code today. Again, just kind of giving the town an idea of what could be built on a 1 acre parcel within the district within these different development scenarios. Okay, so the next part of the presentation is going through the recommendations based on all of the analysis that was completed in the study, as well as the development scenarios that we had just reviewed. So the recommendations were split up in sort of 2 different sections. We looked at your comp plan policy recommendations, and then we also looked at land development code recommendations. The comp plan policies are really what you would be looking at in what I would call the first phase if you were going to consider any changes. Your comp plan is really your blueprint, sort of guiding everything that's happening within the town and really giving that North Star vision for how you want your downtown to develop in the future. Whereas your land development code could be altered at a later time. That's really more of your implementation document, so it doesn't have to be done at the same time. It could be done in a second phase or later if you would prefer to handle it in phases. So we're going to review the comp plan policies first. And the comp plan policies, are a little bit more general in nature, as you probably know, because I'm sure you're familiar with your comprehensive plan. So these policies are more what I would call visionary. You want to, of course, make sure they're consistent with your goals. And then we also altered some of the objectives just to ensure that the vision for the downtown is really meeting the needs of what we heard from the community and from you during our last public meeting. So a lot of these themes include promoting infill within the downtown and adjusting application of density and height, as you could probably imagine. Also, enhancing the public spaces within the downtown, really looking at the civic use of property within the downtown and creating those public spaces where people can gather and hopefully also use the businesses in that area. And then also prioritizing anything multimodal or the multimodal infrastructure or mobility in nature that would essentially take trips off the road and that would essentially cause less congestion within the downtown. And then lastly, we also made recommendations based on level of service. So from a numbers perspective, right now the downtown policies do address density, floor area ratio, and of course design focus. And so from a density perspective, we did propose a recommendation to look at possibly increasing the dwelling units per acre within the core. And the reason for that is because we also propose striking the language that allows one parcel to utilize more than 48 units to the acre. So essentially, as a compromise of reducing units per parcel, we have increased the units in the core so that there could still be some massing within that core subdistrict, which I think was the original intent from what we can tell from your comprehensive plan policies. That said, we have also proposed a recommendation to decrease your floor area ratio from 3.0 to 0.75, because as I mentioned earlier, that was really what was driving those major infrastructure issues within the pad. So anything from transportation to utilities, everything was failing with that 3.0 if that were to be developed within the pad. And so after analysis of the infrastructure at a 0.75, we started to see relief in those areas. So that is what the study had concluded would be more appropriate for within the PAD district. From a mobility and public space perspective, policies were recommended to just really focus more on that multimodal, really supporting the use of bikes, e-vehicles such as golf carts, leveraging walkability and the existing grid system downtown, and of course working with your partners, Palm Beach County and the TPO, to see how you can get some real advantageous projects, possibly even in your LRTP, things of that nature. From a public space perspective, just promoting pocket parks, plazas, art and public places, again, things that we think could really increase the activity downtown. And then looking at the town-owned parcels to see what the best and full use of those parcels could be to really facilitate and serve the businesses in the downtown district. Okay, on to land development code. So similar to the comp plan policies, we made some recommendations, of course, that were consistent because everything in your land development code has to be consistent with your comprehensive plan. So you'll see a lot of those similarities here on the table in front of you. However, we also looked at height within the land development code. And so, again, going back to that development scenario, one of the recommendations included reducing the core subdistrict height to 7 stories, because, again, that would accommodate that 60 dwelling unit per acre density, with the 4 stories remaining in the outer subdistricts. So anything that would be in the outer subdistrict would remain as the code reflects today, which is the 4 stories and 48 dwelling units per acre, adjacent to all the existing single family and other uses that we had listed earlier. We did leave the option to this body as far as keeping the 4-story structured parking. As you may have noted in the report, we do talk about other alternative ideas to provide parking within the district, but that's really going to be a policy decision on your part to decide whether that needs to happen on private land or public land. And so we left that in there, but again, would be up to you moving forward on how you want to address the parking. Other things to note, the active ground floor provision was also recommended. Essentially, this would require that anything on the first floor of a building would have to be open to the public. It can be a private company or private retail, private office, but it would essentially need to be something that would be open to the public so that they would be able to have a business there and attract folks to that area of the town. And then the building coverage, I believe, remained the same. As far as architectural and streetscape requirements, nothing too major here. There were some minor changes proposed to the architectural regulations, but for the most part, those regulations were really well written in the past, and so we left most of that alone. We did propose changes that would require more ground level activities, so similar to what we just talked about as with the ground floor active uses. So a lot of requirements that would essentially go along with that, requiring larger pedestrian areas and plazas within proximity to those storefronts. As far as infrastructure and mobility, we made recommendations to require that developers provide infrastructure, utilities, or transportation infrastructure, for example, when applicants come in for development. That is something that the town does fairly as a general requirement, but wasn't necessarily clear within the PAD district, so we felt that it was important to add that language. We also added standards that would require the mitigation of traffic if there were traffic impacts, which could take the form of some of those mobility provisions that we talked about in the comprehensive plan policies. We also added a recommendation to require on-site up to 10% of on-site open space. Another section of the code where recommendations were provided were to the waiver provisions. Although the code does allow waivers today, for instance, with the parking that we had mentioned earlier, it was just not a clear process, and we wanted to provide some more transparency there. So there was a section of the code that was updated in our recommendations that just clarify that process and what would be required in exchange for a waiver approval, such as public benefits. And then lastly, there were some provisions added that would address workforce development, business incentives, property improvement grants, and collaborative partnerships to increase that economic development activity within the PAD. I think we made it to the end. Whoops, sorry. There we go. Okay, so last slide, just some key takeaways here. The main goal of this was obviously to look at the regulations that exist today and understand how they will be sustainable for the town in the future, and also how they can help modernize the downtown and make sure that there is, moving forward, more activity from a business perspective while maintaining the town's small town character. In addition to that, we, as I mentioned, looked at a more structured waiver process, added implementation and engagement, requiring public engagement throughout the process, and of course, enhancing downtown's livability, focusing on connectivity, economic resilience, and preserving the character once again. With that, we do have all the text if we want to look at anything specifically that was recommended, but I will let you point to anything specific that you'd like to talk about, because that can get quite lengthy as well.
Thank you for that. I'm going to start off with just a question. Going back to your wastewater infrastructure, you said that currently we have 229 ERCs, but for the full build-out, it's 1361 that is required. That full build-out would be for all projects within the core district, correct?
That would be based on the 1,590 dwelling units that could be developed within the pad.
Okay, so no matter what's developed, that would be under the burden of the developer at that point.
That is what we are recommending is specifically written into the code. It is not specific today, but my understanding is that is typically what occurs from a development order perspective. I don't know if their staff wants to speak to that, but.
Okay, and then your waiver, going back to the waivers that you just mentioned, how would that affect in terms of height? Give me a scenario of that you could give.
So the waiver process, the part that we essentially revised was the process portion. So right now, there's a waiver process section in another part of the code, but the waivers are different. And so we wanted to make sure there was a process that was easier for staff to go through when a project came in through the pad, since the waivers were a bit different than elsewhere in the town. And so essentially, the way that it would work is if an applicant came in and decided that they wanted to go for one of these waivers. The waivers are essentially the same as what they are today. We're not changing the waivers that are allowed today in the pad. It's just the process on how they would be approved. And so the big part of that is to demonstrate a public benefit. And right now, that is the way it is written. The onus would be on the applicant to show what that public benefit is. And for you to decide whether that equates to what the waiver is that they're requesting. So right now you have, I think, 3 waivers that are permitted in the code today in the pad.
And that would be in the case of more height?
That is one of them, yes.
So this up to 7 stories with the waivers would bring it up even further.
7 stories in the recommendations would not require a waiver.
Okay.
It would only be if you were to increase it above 7 stories. So for instance, if the optional parking structure waiver was to remain.
Okay, so it would be only in relation to the optional parking.
Correction, yeah.
Okay. Trying to think of what else I had. Yes, I will go to you, and I just want to make sure I have everything for me right now. For me right now, good. I may have some more questions. I'm going to pass it to the Vice Mayor, and then whoever else wants to go, please.
I got a couple of questions, but since we're talking about the waivers, I wanted to piggyback off of questions for the waivers, which I'm not a big fan of waivers at all. The waivers, your recommendation is 7 stories. So if somebody was to get a waiver, and like the mayor said, then they would go higher, wouldn't that kind of conflict the wastewater capability?
Sure. So no matter what, the applicant would have to demonstrate that they would be providing the infrastructure required for all capacity needs of the project, so all level of service needs for the project, no matter what.
And then that waiver, if it does go higher, will put us at risk in transportation and continue the F of safety, correct? So why would we recommend waivers?
It could, but the waivers essentially would have, so one of the public benefits, for instance, is actually the applicant could show that they are providing infrastructure beyond their needs. So a public benefit would be to essentially provide, for instance, wastewater capacity over what they would need for their building.
Gotcha. Well, I have a long list of questions.
And then also just to add to that, that would include public parking, for instance, as a public benefit.
Correct. So if they were to provide parking beyond their needs, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Linden?
I'm good.
Okay. Commissioner O'Rourke?
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for that presentation. I don't know if you know the questions I asked last time. I was not very nice, and I apologize for that. I appreciate the presentation that Kimley Horn has put together, but I have a question that I'm a little concerned about. It seems to me that the recommendation is based on a meeting that we had in this town hall where residents came in numbers that were complaining about the height. Were you aware that the proposals that we were looking at that time, did you consider what those proposals were in your presentation?
Not as part of this study. We were aware that there were applications submitted, but that was not part of our analysis.
Okay. And with regard to that, you're familiar with the term smart growth, right? Okay.
Yes.
And smart growth is basically limited growth, right? So if the proposals limited the density, for example, to 48 dwelling units per acre, it would use up most of that density if we were to have high-rise buildings, correct?
I guess can you clarify your question? Because I'm not.
If the density for the projects that were proposed, and I'm sure you're aware, there's 2 vacant areas right now in our downtown area, in our CRA, that are now undeveloped because we're looking to do something different.
Right.
Your proposal is to allow development all around, whereas that proposal was to limit the growth to 2 areas that were purchased for that purpose, with density at 48 dwelling units per acre, right?
I'm not as familiar with those 2 applications. I guess that's where I'm having a little bit of a gap. But right now, what I do know is the code today, those 2 parcels could have more than 48 dwelling units per acre. And so I guess that's where the difference would be.
But what if we didn't want more than that?
Then that could definitely be, today, if you wanted to restrict the 48 dwelling units per acre and have nothing more than that per parcel or per acre, the code would still need to be modified today, because today the code allows your body to approve more than that per acre. And so I guess that would be the difference between but I mean, that could be the only change you make, and that would take care of that particular item if that's.
And then if you wanted to make changes later, you could then readdress that later, correct?
Correct, yes.
Instead of deciding that the entire PADD is going to be 4-story buildings. You could do it that way, right?
Correct, yes. That is definitely a
and those waivers that would raise building heights would include, for example, 4-story parking structures that are public that would allow the height to get that high.
That would be the applicant, whether they wanted to propose them as public parking, but yes, that could be something that they would propose today. That would be permitted.
But in your proposal, I'm going to call it a suggestion, okay? Sure. You suggest 7-story as the max height.
Based on the 3 development scenarios that we ran, because so we also ran traffic for those 3 development scenarios. I'm not sure if I mentioned that earlier. So essentially, not only was it a massing and scale exercise, but we also were looking at the impacts to your infrastructure as well. And so from that perspective, there was also constraints going above 60 units that's where things started to look to decrease and to fail, as far as obviously wastewater was already failing, but things such as your streets and roadway systems, things of that nature.
So in the PADD area, you found that the residents have a higher unemployment level and a lower income level, right?
According to the
And that's no surprise, because it's a CRA, right?
Correct.
So I'm not going to ask you how to do this. You've done your proposal, you've presented it, and I guess it's our position to decide how we want to deal with this. But if we were to expand all through the corridor and the outside the corridor area and allow 7 stories in the core at any location, and then 5 stories outside the core in any area of the PADD, don't you think that would create a larger traffic problem than having just 2 developments?
Well, I think it comes down to, right now, again, not knowing what the 2 developments are specifically proposing, it comes down to the FAR that's permitted today within the district. And so right now, somebody could come in and propose a 3.0 FAR. And so if that was proposed on every single parcel within the district, that's what we were looking at. We weren't looking at 2 specific parcels, I guess. And so that's a little bit different how we were analyzing this, the pad, compared to what I think you've seen in these applications.
So then what you're basically saying is that you didn't look at what was there, what was proposed.
Correct.
You looked at something completely different.
We looked at what was the worst case scenario if the pad was built out with the current intensity and densities.
And just one last thing, you used something, an analysis called comparable districts with North Palm, Delray, and Lake Worth Beach. Are they really comparable? I mean, we can look at the population. There's not even close in population. We can look at the size, not even close to us in size. We're a small area. We don't need large development all over the downtown area. We just need a few good projects.
Yes.
That wasn't really a question. That was my
Okay.
my closing. So thank you for your comments.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Thomas, do you have anything?
I guess just for a clarification, ERCs are equivalent residential capacity?
Correct.
Okay. So that would be as far as for potable water and sewer?
Yes.
Okay. So if we talked about 229 ERCs, would you say that each ERC would be considered a unit? Or are you saying like and when I say unit, okay, so let me clarify that. I wouldn't necessarily mean a unit in a multifamily, so like if you had a multifamily, right? So a unit could actually be a single-family unit, right?
Correct.
Like a single-family house.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so say we had, for the sake of where we are, 229 houses, right, for ERC and
Yes.
whatever they generate, okay? And just trying to fall back now, that would mean, based on what's out there and what we have in the code, we have a deficit of 1,361 equivalent residential capacity.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. Now, this is going to come back and it's going to bite the commission. Because I think tonight I mentioned about when we look at capital improvement, right? And how that works, right? Capital improvement. And if you do capital improvement in your area, you need to identify what that looks like. And maybe we didn't understand what that meant, so that when you go and you decide here, funding is needed for this, we have to understand, in my mind, and this is just me just thinking out loud, right? If development needs to happen, you have to have capacity. Someone has to pay for it, or something has to pay for it, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Now, my understanding is that impact fees are supposed to pay for that.
Ideally, there
Right?
is some, yes.
Okay, from
nexus
what I
there.
understand, correct? Impact fees are supposed to pay for that. However, that impact fees and development and capacity don't all occur at the same time. So we think about, what do we want to go there? Do you have the infrastructure to support what you need to get there? Now, there used to be a movie that was called Field of Dreams. Yeah?
Yes.
Build it and they will come. Yeah? What are you building? Can't put something up if you don't have a firm foundation. In my mind, they don't necessarily put the water and sewer after the building is built.
Not,
Right? So capacity has to be there first. Correct?
or there needs to be a plan that
For
it
it.
will be there by the time.
So we need to look, when we talk openly about this, that things aren't done in a vacuum. So we can't look at things in a sense that it's this isn't related to the other, because that is what planning is all about. You look at the overall infrastructure of a development and how that's going to impact your community. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Enough said.
You good?
I'm good.
Vice Mayor?
I just want to say ask one more question about just the wastewater. On our current code, right now, this will be a problem for us, correct?
Well, are you talking about the code in general or in the
let me
pad
just
specifically?
state what the presentation said. It said limited. So we'll have, in wastewater, pretty much it'll be limited if we build out our current code.
Right.
It's not that, I'm a firm believer that it's not that we don't want it, we want to get it right. And I think, I believe it, like I hear everybody comment. The last time I checked, and I say this again, that's why I didn't want to move the agenda item, I want everybody to stay. We do not have any proposals for us to vote on. If they want to bring it to us to vote on, we will vote on it, but we don't have anything. But going back, your recommendation, I heard you say that we could choose up to 60, 48 square unit. You're recommending 60, but we can go as low as 48. You saying between those two lines? Or?
Today, the code and the policy allows for up to 48 dwelling units to the acre. So that's what we started with.
Okay.
And then we just looked at additional units based on what we felt could be constructed in a 7-story building with market rate size apartments.
As it stands, our code stand now, how would it affect the residential area in that area if we stay with the code that we were at now with the wastewater?
Well, so as you know, your provider is Seacoast. So obviously there's going to need to be a major coordination effort with Seacoast. They are very well aware of the current infrastructure constraints for this area of the town, because it's not just within the pad, but there's, of course, aging utility infrastructure beyond the limits of the pad as well. And so they are aware of that. They, in our conversations, and I believe members of town staff have also spoken with them, they are very willing and wanting to collaborate with the town to figure out what those improvements and infrastructure improvements need to be. I think it's just a matter of understanding, of course, who is going to be doing them and where that funding comes from. And so from my understanding, they're inevitable at some point or another if there's going to be any development beyond those 200 ERCs that currently exist, which, by the way, is the date of that information was almost a year ago now, so there may be less than that available today, quite frankly.
Thank you. I just want to say, too, thank you for your work and working with the community, bringing this presentation to us. And I know it was a lot of work and a lot of emails, but thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Okay. I know there was, on the title of this, it had reference to Senate Bill 180.
I was told that your
That was going to be
town attorney might be speaking to that.
Mayor, before you go there, I just have one last question that
Go
I
ahead.
wanted to ask. Your presentation, your study did not include an economic analysis. Is that correct?
The study did include a limited market, what we call market
It
demand
was a market
analysis.
analysis.
Yes.
It was not an economic.
I'm sorry, yes, thank you for clarifying. Apologies.
Okay, thank you.
Town attorney.
Before I go there, just to clarify something, the 48 units per acre that exist now in your comp plan is an average 48 units an acre across the whole downtown. So a property owner could propose more than 48 units an acre. And in fact, the two proposals that were applications that were submitted, the densities for those two projects is about 200 units per acre. So what those projects do is take units from elsewhere in the downtown for their properties. And that's the way the code and the comp plan's set up right now. They can do that, but just so you're aware, that's the way it is now. And the proposals that are before you is to scrap that averaging and say, this is the density per acre, so that all of the property owners have the same ability to develop on their property. That's number one.
Was that a planner's answer, or was that an attorney's answer?
That was a planner's answer.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Understood. Thank you.
And AICP planner.
Yep.
I have a question. So if we were to, if those projects was there, it's 200, they could just take from anywhere from downtown. They will take the rest of them.
Well,
the basket.
the effect, and you know, I discussed this before. I know some people don't like my memos, but the effect is it's like robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
So,
Tom, you could say it a different way. You could say it limits growth into specific areas.
It limits
right?
growth for all but two property owners, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
And provides no incentive for growth.
Can you please just continue on what you're going to tell us?
Yeah,
And
on the
this-
180.
Yeah, I
180,
can.
yes. This back and
I
forth.
just wanted to make sure the record was
and cancel this
clear
now.
because the record that was presented to you sounded like it was 48 units per acre.
Correct, and I appreciate
That's
the
not correct.
clarification. Let's just go to the Senate Bill 180.
Senate Bill 180 is still in effect. There's a Senate Bill 840 that has been filed. It may produce, if it stays as it's written, one of the key features of it is that you'll recall that any impacted local government, city or county, that is in a federal district disaster declaration area that is within 100 miles is limited in what they can propose. The Senate Bill 840 reduces that to 50 miles. I have not undertaken any analysis to determine whether Lake Park falls within 50 miles, but I don't believe that's the case based on the storm tracks that were previously, came through the state and then were affected. So that's one key feature of 840. The other key feature is that because of that reduction, the town could then make amendments to its comprehensive plan and its land development regulations if the legislation stays as it's currently drafted. A third key feature is that the Senate Bill 180 restrictions applied through October 1 of 2027. This bill moves that back to June 30, 2026. So that's, and that's basically the same two components. Can't adopt a moratorium can't amend your plan. But even if the town was in that 50 miles, what that means is that your restriction would only last, as the bill is drafted, through June 30, 2026. So it sounds like the legislature may be coming to its senses, but it's a long way to go to the finish line, and one doesn't know what changes may occur. There may be changes for the better. There may not be changes for the better. It has moved through several committees already, and the next and last committee that it has to go through is the Rules Committee. So it's already been through Community Affairs, and next up is Rules. If it gets through Rules, then assuming legislation from the House comes forward to merge with the Senate Bill 840, and the two chambers reconcile each other in their legislation, and that's adopted, assuming all that, then it's quite possible that the town would be able to move. When does the legislature end? End of February? Yeah, 60 days. 60 days. Yeah. So beginning in March, if the bill stays as it is and passes through Rules and gets adopted, changes can be made if you determine that changes are appropriate in March, or the process can begin before March, but you can't actually adopt anything until the law changes, because adopting means either the Department of Commerce is going to reject your plan amendments, or somebody's going to file a lawsuit. Somebody could file a lawsuit.
Okay. It's a lot to digest. But before we go further, I do have public comment cards. I'd like to hear from them. Again, it's 3 minutes long. Please be respectful to the person talking. And I will start with Katia Zeskova. And for the record, I do have your written statements.
Hello. I just want to start, I had all this planned, and then I heard people talking, and several people attacked you pretty bad. And it's one thing when I do it, but when I hear other people attacking you, I felt like, pretty upset, because we know all of you. I do vary, I have my differences with some of you, but at the same time, I think you're all very respectable, smart, and good people, and thank you for your service. So whatever you do, I know that you put a lot of thought into it. We don't have to agree, but I know that you are all good, intelligent, respectful people. So let me start with what I have to say. And I want to speak tonight not about what we got with final report. I want to address how we got there, because under Florida planning process, it actually matters. So on April 26, we had Kimley Horn came and they had a workshop, and they had a lot of people coming for this workshop, and they expressed their desire for 6 stories, small scale downtown. Kimley Horn on June 2nd presented a draft that reflected residents' input, and it actually stated that, and it warned that waivers, especially height and parking waivers, were a risk and should be removed. And that's the only draft we saw on June 2nd. The commission only asked Kimley Horn to explore the option for 10-story buildings, and that was the only instruction that commission gave. So 5 months later, we are looking at final recommendations, and they have a lot of changes, a lot of material changes, and the biggest change that I see is that the waivers now, they were once called a risk, and now they're built into the system. So my question is, what changed? What brought these changes? So on June 2nd, we hear all the residents heard that waivers are a risk and they have to be removed. Today we are hearing that no, they can actually exist and they can be they are stackable. So what's the point of having 7 stories limit if we can still end up with 14 stories buildings, 14, 16 stories building? That doesn't make any sense. And these changes were never brought back to residents, and Florida planning process requires meaningful public participation. So when material changes are made, it has to be brought to public. So who authorized those changes? Who asked for them? The town manager could not respond to us. So I'm asking you now, who authorized those changes and why they were not brought to public? Thank you very much, and I appreciate your service.
Thank you. Mr. Steinhauer. And for the record, I've passed out your comments.
I too would like to reiterate Katya's opening comments about your good faith, your intelligence, your balance about trying to get this right. I felt very badly when Commissioner O'Rourke mentioned that this agenda packet was only 467 pages. So I'm going to add another 6 pages, not read my testimony. You have my testimony and the attachment for your reading pleasure. When I individually speak with you, I hope that it'll be reflected that indeed you did read my testimony, and I'll defer that for the evening. Thank you. And I'm staying here because I think you're going to call on me again for another pink card.
Yes. Go ahead and reset because I have Eli Banks, and it says here that you'll be speaking on behalf of Mr. Banks for his comments.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You also have a handout for the testimony for...
Yes, so just for the record, we did hand out his comments.
Very good.
Written comments.
I'll read what he said. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and the rest of the board. I come before you as a fairly new resident of Lake Park to speak on behalf of not only myself and my new family and my growing family, but on behalf of a younger generation who live in Lake Park and are eager to finally see growth and meaningful change. Just like all families that I know who have moved to this area within the last 5 years, we were attracted to Lake Park for a myriad of reasons: small town charm, friendly neighbors, and in close proximity to the beautiful intercoastal, to name a few. It was obvious, however, that development was needed. The downtown area had a framework already, but it just needed something to attract families and residents of all ages, both in and around Lake Park. Something that served as a destination anchor and a centerpiece of a synergistic economic ecosystem. On behalf of the younger and new generation of Lake Park, I am respectfully informing you that we believe a high-rise structure is not the answer. Lake Park is in need of a signature town center, something that encourages long-term community growth rather than short-term residency, a place where residents stay in town rather than to leave to go to a different area for entertainment and social gatherings. Therefore, we oppose the construction of anything greater than 7 stories, including parking garage floors. We oppose increasing the allowable density of any subdistrict from 48 to 60 dwellings units per acre, and we ask that voices of the community be honored when determining the pad's future. If Lake Park is to stand a chance of attracting and retaining quality residents, businesses, and a sense of community, it cannot allow for the remaining opportunities of development to be used on anything but projects with a legitimate interest in the good of the public. Thank you, and again, that's from Mr. Banks.
Thank you. Brady Drew.
Good evening. Brady Drew, Sable Palm Drive. I'd also like to give a shout out for the Christmas lights on Park Avenue and the holiday decorating contest this year. That was a lot of holiday joy, and you guys really outdid yourselves. On the agenda topic tonight, the Kimley-Horn report makes one thing very clear. Our downtown is currently underperforming because it lacks critical mass. The market study shows retail demand is nearly flat. Not because people don't want to shop here, but because we don't have enough residents living on Park Avenue to support businesses all day and into the night. Scenario 3, which with its 10-story height and 100 units per acre, is the only option that provides the catalytic growth needed to turn our downtown into a destination rather than a pass-through. If we choose the status quo of 6 or 7 stories, we are essentially choosing a managed decline. By approving the higher density in Scenario 3, we create the impact fees and developer-funded improvements, like the new lift station mentioned on page 14, that the town desperately needs. Regarding traffic, as the report suggests on page 18, and I continue to remind you over time, we should not prioritize vehicle level of service over urban vibrancy. We want a downtown where people are walking and biking, not a high-speed thoroughfare that prioritizes the movement of cars. If people have options to live, work, and play in Lake Park, they don't need to get in a car and drive to other localities. And high density actually makes transit, like the potential tri-rail station, more viable, reducing our long-term car dependency. Finally, I want to urge the Commission to decouple density from on-site parking. Every square foot of a building dedicated to a car is a square foot that isn't being used for a home or small business. Excessive on-site parking requirements drive up the cost of construction, which in turn drives up rents, making the area less affordable for the residents. I strongly support the report's recommendation for a parking in lieu fee. Let's allow developers to pay into a fund that lets the town build centralized public parking on town-owned lots, like the one behind the Brewhouse Gallery. This keeps the ground floor of our buildings active with shops and cafes instead of dead with parking garage grates. It makes our town more walkable and our housing more attainable. Our neighbors in Palm Beach Gardens and Riviera Beach are already moving forward toward 8, 12, and 15 stories. If we don't offer a competitive, high-density environment, investment will simply go elsewhere. Commissioning this study has already allowed the stagnation to continue for yet another year. Let's be bold, fix our infrastructure, and build the vibrant Park Avenue we've been talking about since I moved here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Taylor.
Mary Taylor, 209 Park Avenue. I'd just like to make some comments on some comments that I heard tonight. That I appreciate the younger people. Eli, we just met on Saturday, and he is going to be very active. He's getting in contact with a lot of young people. When I talk young people, that baby was the cutest thing I've ever seen. I'm talking people in their 20s probably. So, but anyway, and they want to see action, okay? I want to see action. When somebody said there's naysayers here, no, I have never heard a naysayer. We need to move forward. We need to move forward downtown, not talk, talk, talk. We need to move forward with a mobility plan. Now, we got Nautilus. Let's see if they come downtown. They're affluent. Let's see if you do that. We got a test going on. We got over there at by Publix, the Avalon, a nice-looking building, 7 stories. That's going to add a lot of people. Let's see how that relates to downtown. They're in Lake Park. Yeah, we need to move forward. And as far as the Kimley-Horn report, the one we had a lot of people come to the public meeting, and they voiced their opinion. They came back June 2nd with a report that was not as low a density as the residents wanted, but it was palatable. I think we could have worked with that. Why don't we go back to that? What changed between June 2nd and now? I don't know. I'd like to know why it changed. Let's see, I want to hit that. I want to hit the mobility plan. How many years have I been talking about a mobility plan? And nothing's happened. That plan should come into effect before the people get here. The traffic is something I didn't hear that Kimley-Horn mentioned tonight, but I read it. It's on there. The young people do not want the high rises. That's a fallacy if you think that they do, because I've talked to some of them, and you'll hear more from them, I'm sure. And anyway, the gentleman from the gym that talked about it being unsafe, it's unsightly. It's blight. It's an eyesore. Why that's allowed to go on all this time at the corner of 10th and Park Avenue, and the owners haven't done one thing to improve that situation, that they own those buildings, what's going on there. It'd be better like they did in Riviera Beach on the corner of Blue Heron and US 1. Tear them down and put grass until we decide what to do. But we need to move forward and make some decisions. I really believe that. And thank you very much. And we'll talk. I'm available if anybody wants to talk to me. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, so again, this was just a presentation and discussion, and I don't know if there's any more needed, but we will go ahead and move forward. Next, we have the consent agenda. I believe Commissioner Thomas, you wanted to make a request for 2 items to be pulled. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was, if I'm not mistaken, items 3 and 4?
Correct.
Okay, so let it be for the record that items number 3 and 4 have been pulled from consent by Commissioner Thomas. If there's any other requested items that need to be pulled, Commissioner O'Rourke, which item would you like pulled, sir?
3.
I'll make sure the mic's on for you, sir.
Sorry.
Push the
Item
button.
3, 4.
3, 4,
and 7.
Okay, so item 7 is pulled by Commissioner O'Rourke. And then items 3 and 4 have already been pulled by Commissioner Thomas. Any other requests? If not, I will entertain a motion for the remaining items.
Oh, well. Okay.
Did you have a
If
question?
I may, just to clarify, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll make the motion. I just want to verify that the numbers that were not taken out of consent were 1, 2, 5, and 6.
That is correct, sir.
I make a motion that we approve items 1, 2, 5, and 6.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. Any other further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? The consent passes unanimously. We will now address the items that were pulled from consent. We will start with item number 3, Resolution 050126, in agreement with PFM Financial Advisors. Commissioner Thomas, you requested the item to be pulled. You may begin.
Well, this particular item, of course, was on the CRA. So I don't know, my thoughts is that since it was voted down on the CRA, what are we going to do? Are we bringing this back for review? Because it's identical. So that's why, initially when I requested the pull for it was for discussion, but this is the item that was in the CRA. So this is there.
We can pull it, right?
I presume you're going to take the same action.
Okay. So then I will entertain a motion.
Well, I'm going to make the motion again, as I did last time.
Yes, sir.
To approve resolution, where is it?
050126.
05-126.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a first and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm opposed to this item.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm not opposed to this item. I'm opposed by the way this item is written and presented to the commission. And so in saying, my concern is that we do need to do infrastructure improvements. The issue, however, I believe is really how it was presented. And if we are going to grow, we have to think about what those improvements will be. Again, on the town side, we need to delineate those projects that we were thinking about bonding, so that if in fact that was the intent of the item, then I feel that staff and our town manager should bring it back with some clarity at a later date on really what the intent is, so we could move forward with it. And so therefore was my objection. I could see the way it was written for this side, the town side. So when we present it, I would like for it to be, should it be presented again, for it to be bifurcated and delineated so that we know what's being done on the CRA side, what's being done on the town side. And yes, the CRA may not be able to go alone, but we would know what's being presented.
Okay. All set?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, just so I can catch you up on this, Vice Mayor, since you stepped out for a moment. This is the agreement with PFM Financial Advisors that is in relation to the same agreement on the CRA that was turned down in the CRA meeting. A motion was made by Commissioner O'Rourke, exactly the same way he did in the CRA meeting. It was seconded by Commissioner Linden, and a brief discussion between Commissioner O'Rourke as well as Commissioner Thomas. Okay? All set? Any other further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
The motion fails. 4-1. Next, we have item number 4, Resolution 06-0126, Amendment 1, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, otherwise known as FDEP Agreement, number LPA 0445 for Lake Park Lakeshore Drive Drainage Improvements Project. Commissioner Thomas, you pulled this item, piggybacking with Commissioner O'Rourke. I will let you begin.
Okay. My purpose for pulling this particular item is, as I was reading the agenda item, I'm sorry. My tablet went to sleep and then it updated. So let me go back and open it up again. But the purpose of my pulling the item is, it stated that we're requesting an extension. Okay, so I want to know really, is the extension related to construction delay for the improvements? Because I do know that when we were putting in the outfall and there was some delay in that. Okay, I recall that there were some issues with that outfall. When I read the agenda item, it had some minor things, revision of a word here and there. So I just want it to be clear that if the extension is just a revised language, then that's that. But if it was a result of construction, I want to be sure with that as well. And then there's also the sense of credibility and transparency. And I'm saying too, was this project in any way, or the delay or the request for the delay, have anything to do with the project to the south?
Good evening, Barbara Gould, Finance Director.
Okay.
Sorry, forgot that part. This amendment, they're doing an extension because we're changing some of the language and how certain costs are billed. So that's part of it. The other part is, to me, it wasn't a lot of delays, but Jamie would be better to really clarify that. So to me, it seemed to finish okay. It started a little slower than it was supposed to. That definitely was there, but it seemed like it finished appropriately. So I can't speak to that piece. But we were restructuring some of the costs to match what we actually had to expend. So John Willie put a lot more time and effort into that, and the construction was a little bit less. So we are asking to John Willie, who's the capital project manager, his expenses, his time covered, which will reimburse us for his salaries.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, and I haven't found my spot again, but what I read was that I guess we were given a grant of about 700,000 or something like that, right?
Correct.
And it wasn't going to impact that. Like, in other words, it wasn't going to change the amount that we were being funded.
Correct.
But I want to be completely clear that the extension wasn't related to construction, nor was it related to the project to the south.
No.
Okay.
It was, the grant came in, we weren't ready to start.
Okay. So was it a delay on our part on us beginning construction?
On us beginning, correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner O'Rourke.
And thank you, Barbara. The grant amount of $700,000 does not change our cost for the project, does it?
No.
I mean, I shouldn't say it that way. The extension of this does not change the cost of the project.
It does not change the cost of the project.
Thank you. That's all I was concerned about.
Okay. All set, Commissioner O'Rourke? No other questions?
I'm good.
Okay. Any questions on this side? All right. If there are no questions, I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the amendment number 1 to the Florida Department Environmental Protection Agreement.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, and again, that's for resolution 06-0126.
Yep.
Okay. Any other further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Resolution passes unanimously. Next, we have item number 7, Town Manager Annual Performance Evaluation Form, Current and Future Evaluations. Commissioner O'Rourke, you had asked for this item to be pulled. You may begin.
Thank you. My reason for pulling this item was that with regard to SMART goals, I've been wondering if the last time we had the meeting, I suggested as part of the goals, it's hard to adopt SMART goals moving in the past. I'm guessing that the SMART goal system will be implemented moving forward, but with regard to the evaluation process, as I asked last time, should include a statement because I don't know how to set these goals except to have the town manager speak on his own behalf to say what he believes his accomplishments were in the previous year. And I just wanted to make sure that would be included in the evaluation for the year that passed just by.
Town Manager?
Yes.
Okay. There, that was easy.
Okay.
Because I didn't see it in there, I'm sorry.
Because we'll
Because
provide
that's
that to you.
for future. The one that we're looking at for the SMART is for the future, is that correct?
The SMART is for the future, but
Okay.
we'll provide you when we present this information to you, like back to you. We'll have that information on past year accomplishments.
Very good.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
I did that after Commissioner Roy asked him the question, but I'm assuming like last meeting that it's the future too, because SMART goals, we can't judge the past. We have to do the future, so that's what I'm assuming that is for the future. So we're clear on that. That's what I was making sure. Okay.
Good.
Commissioner Thomas?
If I'm sorry.
Sure, Commissioner O'Rourke.
I'm sorry, John. I think it's difficult to do an evaluation over the past year because we hadn't established anything that's a measurable goal.
Correct.
So, which would be a SMART goal. And so I think it's appropriate to just have the town managers announce what he believes his accomplishments were. So
Okay.
But I think in the future, again, that's where we would establish those goals. That's all.
Okay.
John, I'm sorry.
No, actually, I already asked him. He was okay.
Roger, I apologize. I'm so used to sitting in that chair that
No,
I like that.
that's okay. We're going to put you in the corner very soon. It's okay. No, you're okay. Commissioner Linden already told me he was okay. Commissioner Thomas, no? Otherwise, then I will entertain a motion. Commissioner Rourke, you want to do that motion?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
Any other further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Next, we have public hearing ordinance on first reading, ordinance 01-2026, an amendment to the Town Lake Park Land Development Regulations, LDRs, for section 78-6, applications and regulations for reasonable accommodation for residents of recovery residences. First reading, Ms. Karen Galanka, welcome.
Thank you. Yes, Karen Galanka for Community Development Department. The department is requesting the Town Commission consider ordinance 01-2026 that would amend the Town Code, section 78-6, which is applications and regulations for reasonable accommodation for recovery residences within the town of Lake Park. The proposed ordinance was prepared in response to recently enacted state legislation, SB 954, which requires that a process for reasonable accommodation for applicants for certified recovery residences, or sometimes called sober homes, be compliant with state law. The town code currently provides such a process that was developed over a decade ago in response to recovery residences in existence at that time. The town took the lead to create a strong ordinance for reasonable accommodation of recovery residences that provides several provisions aimed at effectively regulating their operation, including requiring certification, a state certification, and administrator's certification, and an on-site administrator as well. And this, our ordinance was created to shield the town from any negative impacts that could be associated with overcrowding and traffic and that sort of thing, and also, let's say, overpopulated homes, recovery residences. So those original provisions are still in place and will apply if any application is received. The typical request for reasonable accommodation is for a modification of the town's definition of family, which limits the number of people living together in a household that are unrelated to no more than 3 unrelated individuals. Currently, while properties housing individuals in recovery exist in our town, to our knowledge, none of these exceed the family requirement of no more than 3 unrelated individuals per dwelling unit, and therefore that did not necessitate reasonable accommodation. So that's one reason that you might not be aware of them. The town's existing code already includes most of the SB 954 statutory requirements. However, there is a need to amend the LDRs to provide for the addition of state-mandated maximum timeframes for review. And the ordinance proposes the following in order to render it compliant with the statute. Once an application is submitted, the town has 30 days to require additional information to deem the application complete. And once it is deemed complete, the town has 60 days to review, hold a magistrate's hearing, and issue a final written determination. If no written determination is made in 60 days, the statute, and now our ordinance, requires that the request be considered approved. So, got to stay on track with that. Additionally, staff is proposing additional changes to the LDRs to clarify and streamline the town's existing process. There are 3, I won't go over them in detail, but it tightens up our code, establishes an expiration date for an approval. If a recovery residence hasn't started within 120 days, it's considered expired and they would have to reapply. Deletion of the requirements for annual recertification by the town, as both the town attorney and staff believe it is no longer needed, as the state now oversees this process and requires and has an annual review. Should there be complaints or code violations that are noted, then the town would respond to those complaints. And and lastly, revocation of reasonable accommodation if the residence is found in violation of its conditions of approval, or there's been a significant lapse in its state license, the town may revoke that. So the proposed ordinance was advertised and noticed in accordance with state law. The Planning and Zoning Board reviewed and unanimously recommended approval at their January 5th, 2026 meeting, which Vice Mayor Hensley is well aware. He was attended that. The town attorney reviewed and has approved the proposed ordinance as well. Staff recommends approval of ordinance 01-2026 on first reading. I know that was quick, but I will answer any questions that you have.
Are there any questions for staff at this time?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Okay. With these new amendments, what would be the maximum number of residents? Would it still be no more than 3 unrelated?
No, the reasonable accommodation means that the applicant may request, in essence, relief from that.
I know.
Because because in essence,
they ain't living in the neighborhood. In essence, the persons who are running them are not living in the neighborhood.
Well,
and then based on what I'm reading here, it would also mean too that they would not necessarily require, unless I'm misunderstanding this, that they would no longer require a persons to live on site.
No, we still would require that. It may not be the owner of the business, but it would be a certified administrator, and they're certified by by an agency that's recognized by the state. Now, this doesn't change. This is already in our ordinance, that part. I'm just saying that's the purpose of the reasonable accommodation ordinance as required by statute.
Okay, so
the town may find, and let's say it must go before a magistrate, and the magistrate may find, for example, that there are, not in the town now, but could find that there are too many residences in a general small area.
How would you know? I mean, no one would know. And then the other part about that is, how would you know if they're actually staying overnight? Because as I read this, it talked about residents, right? If in essence the persons who are considered underneath this ordinance, this recovery ordinance, if they aren't residing, then you don't need an operator to be there. But I also know that it could be 12 hours they are here, and then the other 12 hours they're not. So you could almost have a rotation in my mind. And so you're going to have to correct me. You can almost have double occupancy because they're not considered residing there.
Let me try and give you the background to this. So reasonable accommodations with respect to sober homes in the town came about because of a federal lawsuit filed against the town. None of you were on the commission. In response to that lawsuit, were you? Okay. One of you was on the commission.
You always in trouble.
But we needed to adopt regulations to comply with the federal law and court order. So the town was one of the first communities to adopt these regulations. And at the time, sober homes were proliferating throughout the county. Lake Park got hit hard. Delray Beach was the epicenter of it. So the town adopted this, and we went through hearings. We used the magistrate because the then town manager, the way the ordinance was originally drafted, the town manager granted or not the reasonable accommodation because it was based on a BOCA ordinance, which BOCA had also been sued. So the then town manager, Maria Davis, didn't like that, so we gave that responsibility to the magistrate. So we had formal hearings, and we had a number of homes come. One of the other things that came out of this, and I'm still serving on this task force, was that Dave Ehrenberg, the state's attorney, created a task force to try and address this issue. Commissioner O'Rourke's good friend Alan Johnson was the head of that task force, the deputy state's attorney, and still is. And we began as a task force to recommend legislation to the legislature, which was adopted. One of the things that was adopted was to put in place this agency. It's not a state agency. It's called the Florida Association of Recovery Residences. But they function like an agency that licenses facilities, but in this case, they certify recovery residences, sober homes. Now, there are a set of rules that a sober home has to meet in order to stay certified. The law now is if you're not a certified recovery residence following those rules, you're out. So the most recent change that we had last legislative session was the legislature said, they didn't say it this way, but they said, be like Lake Park and adopt reasonable accommodation procedures and require those that live in recovery residences to be living in certified recovery residences. All recovery residences by law have to have a certified recovery residence manager. They do not necessarily have to live in the recovery residence, but in Lake Park's case, they do. So this ordinance is simply implementing what the state has mandated across the state, but Lake Park was ahead of the curve. And these things that Ms. Galanka has presented to you tonight are simply to implement what the state said all cities and counties in Florida need to do.
So it's not going to relax any codes that we currently have?
No.
Okay, because I've had to live through that nightmare. I mean, I wasn't on the commission, but I had to live through that nightmare.
Resident, though.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, there were a lot of them. I mean, and what I guess what I want to say, because we have such a high population of residential properties here in town.
Rentals, too.
Getting there. These single-family homes that are rental properties, many of them came about as a result of sober facilities, okay? And then I want to make sure, is the distancing requirement still part of that, or that has been alleviated?
There is the distancing requirement. The task force is going to sponsor a bill. They sponsored it last, but they are sponsoring a bill to require distancing and some other things. But the progress or the result of the town's adoption of the reasonable accommodation ordinances, we had at least legitimate recovery residences. The town probably had 7. We probably had like 7 hearings, and they were all but one single-family homes. There was apartments that did. But now, there are not any recovery residences, at least legitimate recovery residences. We don't, there may be one out there operating that we don't know about, but the town, I think the point of it is the foresight that the commission had back then to get out ahead of the curve and adopt these reasonable accommodation procedures worked for the town. And now the state is essentially saying, we want other communities to adopt this procedure, because what happens is the operators of these file federal lawsuits over, the ADA
Right.
and Fair Housing Act. That's what the town got hit with.
Correct.
And so this is a way to eliminate that, because the legislature is now recognizing, well, you can have these facilities, but they're going to be regulated. Before, they weren't regulated at all.
Okay. Well, okay, thank you. Just because I've had to live through that nightmare, and it was a lot. There were a number of, houses, and we could not say anything because they were protected. And I just want to ensure that that we're not relaxing our code, because it became very lucrative in our town for that. And I just want us to be continually ahead of the curve on that, and that these ordinances aren't going to impede that in any way.
Okay. Sorry, Commissioner O'Rourke.
I just want to recognize Mr. Baird on this one, because the effort that he put in making, basically getting the state to recognize that this is the proper way to do it, was huge. As part of the task force that you were on, you were the one that woke them up to all of these issues, and you should be recognized for that. And so here we are again, and so thank you for what you did in this regard.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, I think I actually was.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think I actually was on Commissioner.
There were more people than just me on there.
Yeah.
And this was over a long period of time. This wasn't just it started with Maria.
My memory's not what it used to be.
What were you talking about?
No, Did you say something?
Yeah. All right.
But the essence, Tom, the essence of this is that you've created a system to evaluate through the magistrate.
Yes.
And that's really where this new stuff comes from, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Any other further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ordinance passes unanimously. Town Attorney?
Ordinance 1, 2026, an ordinance of the Town Commission of the Town of Lake Park, Florida, amending the Town Code of Ordinances, Chapter 78, Article 1, Section 78.6, entitled Applications and Regulations for Reasonable Accommodation of Residents of Recovery Residences, providing for the repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you for that. Next, we have Ordinance 02-2026 on first reading, amendment of the Town Lake Park Comprehensive Plan, 5-year update to town's 10-year water supply facilities work plan under first reading. Ms. Galanka, you are still here.
Yeah, again, thank you for community development. So our department is requesting the Town Commission consider Ordinance 02-2026, as the mayor said. And this would amend the comprehensive plan as a result of the 5-year update to the town's 10-year water supply facilities work plan. By state statute, the town is required to develop a 10-year water supply facilities work plan that identifies and plans for potable water supply, and facilities needed to serve the existing and future population within our jurisdiction. And this plan must be updated every 5 years and be incorporated into the town's comprehensive plan, along with any other amendments related to the update. And as you know, we're served by Seacoast Utilities, but we are still required to prepare our own plan. The proposed water supply plan was prepared by Community Development Department with review and input from Seacoast Utilities in the town's Public Works Department. The update utilizes information and data provided by Seacoast Utility Authority, of course, and data from the South Florida Water Management District's Lower East Coast Water Supply Plan. So the plan reviews of the availability of potable water to serve future development through 2045. That is the time frame that's in the Water Management District's plan, and therefore the one we follow. Additionally, the plan update projects, right here. The plan update projects the demand and availability of water resources from both the superficial aquifer and the Floridan aquifer, which is the lower aquifer, brackish. Treatment and storage capacity and conservation initiatives. We also added a section that recognizes the town's green infrastructure initiatives, such as bioswales, which although the primary purpose is drainage, they also serve to improve the water quality as the water slowly seeps through much slower and becomes cleaner, and then that water can travel through the aquifer and to the well field areas. The town doesn't have any well field within the town itself, but we do have areas that are impacted by the well fields, and we have and we follow the county well field protection plan over in our west, just west. The closest wells are across the canal, but we do have well field protection zones. The conclusion of the report of the update is that the infrastructure and improvements provided by Seacoast ensure sufficient water supply and capacity through 2045 and beyond. There are actually, there are no major improvements or capital projects needed by Seacoast to ensure that there is capacity through 2045. I'm not talking about sewer, remember, just potable water. And other than adoption of the plan by reference, most of the proposed amendments simply update the policies and goals to reflect the new 5-year term of the water supply plan and clean up and clarify some old language. The proposed ordinance amendments were considered by the town's Planning and Zoning Board, sitting as the local planning agency on January 5th, and they unanimously recommended approval to the town commission. So this ordinance is being presented on first reading, also known as transmittal hearing, and if approved will be transmitted to the state and then presented to the commission for second reading after the state has reviewed it and approved it. The ordinance and amendments were reviewed and approved by the town attorney as well, and it has been properly noticed. We recommend approval of ordinance 02-2026 and the transmittal to the state, State Florida Department of Commerce, which serves as a state planning agency. With that, I will stop and answer any questions. I won't go through the report page by page.
I move to approve ordinance number 2.
Second.
2026.
Second.
Do we have any other further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ordinance passes unanimously. Town
Thank
Attorney?
you.
Ordinance 220.
And you know, that's a record for for us tonight. No questions from Commissioner Thomas.
So it's pretty clear what you were doing.
She must
So-
be.
Yeah, understood. So very much understood. Town attorney, sorry.
Ordinance 2, 2026, an ordinance of the Town Commission of Town of Lake Park, Florida, amending its comprehensive plan by providing for amendments to the text of the sanitary sewer, solid waste, drainage, potable water, and natural groundwater element, conservation element, intergovernmental coordination element, and capital improvements element, and adopting into the plan the update to the town's 10-year water supply and facilities work plan, providing for the transmittal of the amendments to the Florida Department of Commerce, providing for the repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, providing for an effective date.
Okay. All right. I have nothing on public ordinance on second reading. However, on new business, we have 4 items. Our first item is item number 10, Resolution 080126, a special exemption request from Bent Tree Studio. Andrew M. Johnson, agent and applicant, and Dennis Cantanzaro, property owner for 1400 10th Court. And we are graced with the presence of Mr. Anders Thane.
And Anders, you look great tonight.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Anders Vian, Town Planner. Tonight, we've got a very worthy application before you for Bent Tree Studios special exception request. This is a woodworking business in your C4 district. As you mentioned, the owners of the property are Dennis and Diane Cananzaro and Andrew Johnson, who's the owner of Bent Tree Studios, applying as their agent.
Could I interrupt here? Is this not a quasi-judicial item?
Special exception.
Yes, special exception.
So we need to do ex parte disclosures and swear in the witnesses.
Okay. Town attorney? Oh, my apologies.
parte.
I have
Ex parte communication.
I have no ex parte to reveal.
Yes.
I have not met with any persons related to this project. I have nothing to reveal.
Basically, we're doing ex parte communications if we've had any discussions with the applicant. I have none.
I have none.
I have none, but I did see the presentation through planning and zoning.
Could I have anyone that's going to present any information to the commission, please stand and raise your right hand. You'll be sworn in. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Now you're ready to proceed, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And Anders, please continue. Staff presentation.
So this is a woodworking use. It's 4,800 square feet, located at 1400 10th Court. This is the northwest corner of 10th Court and Northern Drive in the C4 district. And it has a mixed-use light industrial future land use. So here you see the building at the corner of 10th Court and Northern. They are going to occupy that whole building. Here you see it kind of situated in our zoning map. So it occupies this little strip of industrial, light industrial type property that we have on 10th Court. And then sort of the future land use also reflects that, where we have a mixed commercial and light industrial future land use for that area that allows this kind of more intense operation to come through under the C4 zoning. Here is the existing layout from today. So I think this property was formerly a tire shop and a gym, and now the applicant is proposing several renovations, including new parking in the back, a new dedicated loading space to serve their operation, some beautification along Northern Drive, in addition to internal improvements that they're making to add in facilities for their woodwork operations, such as dust collectors and cutting tables and storage areas. As always, this application is reviewed by Community Development, Public Works, but it's also been reviewed by our building official and Palm Beach County Fire in relation to some planned improvements as part of this application that'll be coming through should it pass. So based on our reviews, the project substantially complies with our land development regulations and the comprehensive plan and meets our special exception criteria as outlined in the staff report. The application was advertised in the Palm Beach Post, 12/15/25, and certified mail was sent out to all property owners within 300 feet, 12/9/25. The Planning and Zoning Board did consider this application, and they passed it unanimously. So staff is recommending approval with our unique conditions 1 through 6. And if you don't have any questions for me at this time, I'll turn it over to the applicant for his.
Yeah, we're going to do a presentation by the applicant, then after that, we'll have questions from the dais for either the staff or the applicant.
All right.
Okay, thank you. And welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Anders. My name's Andrew Johnson. I'm the owner of Bent Tree Studio. At Bent Tree Studio, we fabricate custom furniture and woodworking projects to order. We utilize a range of traditional woodworking equipment to craft our pieces with precision and care. Our shop is equipped with traditional woodworking tools that allow us to maintain a high standard of quality and craftsmanship. At Bent Tree Studio, we will not impact or change light, air, or property values to current or surrounding businesses. In fact, we believe bringing a small-scale furniture and cabinet shop to the growing area will only help the 10th Court corridor. Attached is our interior and exterior improvements and the plan, as Anders mentioned above. This is our company logo here, Bent Tree Studio. And there we go. So this is, like Anders said, the existing building on 10th Court. This is the proposed layout of the plan with additional parking behind an existing fence along the railroad tracks to meet the parking requirements, along with planters and a pedestrian or bike rack along Northern Drive. This is the front elevation of the property of 10th Court. This elevation is along Northern Drive, and here is the proposed landscaping, planters, and bike rack. This is the rear of the building and the loading sort of doors in the back. And this is just a detail of the planters and pedestrian improvements with the bike rack. Signage for the front door. This is a fire door spec to meet the Palm Beach County fire code based on the square footage requirements for a woodworking operation. And our boundary survey. And just a sort of a rendering. You're looking down 10th Court, proposed painting for the building. And that's all I have for you guys this evening.
Okay, I do thank you for that.
Yes, thanks.
Now we will open the dais for questions for either staff or the applicant. Any questions?
I'm good.
Okay. Commissioner O'Rourke?
Yes. With regard to the rendering there, I know you're on the corner there, right across from Oceana Coffee, actually diagonally across from Oceana Coffee, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're on 10th Court, so there,
on the smaller part of 10th.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, is this
Across the transmission.
Is this the front or back of the?
This is basically looking north down 10th Court.
Okay. Okay. I didn't realize you're on 10th Court. I was looking.
Yeah, we're not on 10th Street.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like the first building as you turn
Yeah,
into 10th
I was a
Court.
little concerned that there's no real landscaping design there if it was going to be on 10th Street.
Correct. Yeah,
But this is 10th Court. That's a little bit more industrial kind of.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Commissioner Thomas?
Are you relocating here?
Yes.
From?
Riviera Beach.
How long were you there?
We were in Riviera Beach for about 12 years.
Okay. Did you have to refurbish the outside of this particular building?
Of this building?
Yeah.
The refurbishments of the exterior of this building would be mainly painting and parking, painting the parking spots, and then along with the proposed planters along Northern Drive.
So you will be owning this? You will be owning?
I'm a tenant.
You're still a tenant?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're the tenant actually that's bringing forth this application for the owner?
Correct.
Okay.
Vice Mayor?
And nope, I heard it all through planning and zoning.
Yeah, I have no further questions myself. I have no public comment cards, and
So there's no rebuttal then?
so there's no rebuttal. Deliberation for the commission?
You did?
Well, I'll make a motion and then we can discuss it, right?
Yep.
I move to approve.
801.
I move to approve.
Resolution 01.
Resolution 080126.
080126.
Second.
We have first and a second. Any other further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Resolution passes
Welcome
unanimously.
to our town.
And we welcome you to our town.
Welcome to Lake Park, yeah.
We're looking
guys.
forward
Have a
to what
great
you have to
evening.
bring. Thank you.
So I do have a question afterwards, though. I have a dog that always comes up on my couch. Can you make something like that with that?
Yeah, maybe with a CRA grant or some sort of funding, we can get on that.
Don't let him suck you into answering
He'll
that
come
question.
back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And again, welcome to Lake Park. Thank you. Only you.
Sorry.
That's okay. Next, we have item number 11, facility rental request for Coastal Middle and High School prom in our town hall building right here on Friday, April 17th, 2026, from 7 to 11. Setup will begin at 4. We have Ms. Rianiti Franks, who is on the microphone. Welcome, Ms. Rianiti. And this obviously is something that they do annually, if I'm not mistaken.
This one, yes. So this is the annual request that we get from Coastal Middle and High School for their prom. It is held here in the Mirror Ballroom. And so this year it will be on Friday, April 17th. Normally, they would receive the 3 free facility rentals per year. So they do not have to pay that fee because this would be their first one of the year this year.
Correct.
And so they are asking for the commission to approve the request to waive the refundable security deposit, which is $500. The staff fee, which is $40 per hour for 6 hours, which is $240, and the restroom cleaning fee, which is $150. So the total cost of the items that they're asking to be waived is $890. Of course, some of those are direct costs and some are indirect costs, but that is what they have asked for, and it is the same as they've done at least maybe for the past 3 years now.
Correct. Commissioner O'Rourke, what is your
All right,
question?
I'm going to try to cut this quickly here. With regard to the indirect cost of cleanup, or in consideration of deposit for $500 if there's any damages, they've done this before.
Correct.
We've never had problems, have we?
No.
Okay. With regard to the direct cost,
Yes.
this is an asset in our community. I'm doing all right in my business, and I'm going to make that donation for the direct cost to the school. So
Thank you.
you can let them know that, and so
I will.
that will be done. The question is, when is that due?
We will let you pay it a week before the event, but it needs to
I
be
can
in
pay
cash.
it before then.
The cash?
Don't take a check from me.
Yes, Barbara will take a check.
What is that amount again? Just for the record, so we can put that on the record?
It's $390.
$390 payable from Commissioner O'Rourke.
Yes. Barbara,
For the record.
Barbara has written it down back there, and
I'm honored to do that. It's a great school, and they do great work in our town, and they
Thank
work
you.
a lot with our community. So,
thank you. I'll let them know.
and I'm doing all right now, so.
Somebody got a raise.
I got a raise.
Got a raise.
Okay. Commissioner Linden.
After that, took care of my question. I'm good.
I'm doing this because we're in a position where we have a lot of these today, and I'm not sure we're going to talk about the rest, but this is a community event for me. So I'm supporting that as a resident in the community. Okay. And maybe I'll try to gather other funds too, so.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess we can move forward.
So
Unless you all will, if anyone wants to make a motion about the refundable security deposit.
Which is the $500.
Yeah.
But that, may I say, but that's waived anyway for nonprofits, yes?
Not the security deposit.
No, they're,
But they get it, that's refundable, provided that.
Everything
they
is
don't
intact.
trash the place.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mayor, can I ask a question on that last topic?
Absolutely. Go
With
ahead.
regard to the $500, do we have some type of insurance program that could cover that?
What is it, 290?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
If we go back
You know, that they could pay a nominal amount for insurance on that issue. Here comes Barbara, maybe she's got
To
some.
provide us with a certificate of insurance, maybe?
No.
Yeah, there would be a fee if we wanted to add, I'm sorry, there would be a fee if we wanted to add something like that to our existing policy. They've not done any damage before, so I don't, it's refundable. I don't know why we would.
I'm just thinking out loud on this.
Yeah,
If we could do like a nominal fee where when anybody does that, they can pay $50 for an insurance policy that would cover that cost unless that would cover any damages that might happen. Now with this, I mean, that's certainly better than paying a $500, and I know they're waiving that, but.
But in probably 98% of the cases, the security
Nothing's gonna
deposit
happen.
is refunded.
Yeah.
Okay. And usually the damage is more, it's trash. There's never been any big damages. I mean, years ago, I know there were some damages in the park from some of the festivals that took place there.
Yeah, okay.
Vice Mayor.
And if we waive the cost and there's any damages, Commissioner Roy can pay for it.
We could bill him, yes.
For the record.
For the record.
I think we should vote on this one.
So Commissioner O'Rourke, would you like to entertain the motion? With the inclusion of your
May I ask before he votes?
Sure, absolutely. Commissioner Thomas.
Did they already submit the $500?
No, they have not paid anything yet. We
Okay,
normally
because-
ask them to wait until we
Until
do this with you all, because then Barbara would have to refund them the money.
Okay, the only reason why I had stated that is because when I looked at the receipt, it looked as though, it had been applied and then, so and tendered. So that's why I wanted to know, did they already provide the,
Yes,
For
this
it.
one, yes. For coastal.
For coastal, they did?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They
Yes,
did.
They did pay the $500 security deposit already.
Right. So they're going to get it back anyway?
They are.
Okay, so I
So
think that's a
then-
moot issue.
Then there's.
Personally, I think it's a moot issue.
I know.
Then there's no indirect cost of $500?
Not really.
They've already paid that.
Yes, they were asking for it back,
Well, they will get it back
but
anyway.
they will get it back
Yeah, they're going to get it back.
after the event.
Okay.
And a donation.
And the donation.
And maybe,
So they actually got a donation.
and maybe
Yes.
even a concert if Commissioner O'Rourke wishes
No,
to do so.
let's this is a high school,
Yeah. All right. If there are no questions, I will entertain a motion.
Well, I don't know what the motion's going to be now.
Well, the motion is to approve the agenda item and waive the indirect costs.
Correct.
I think that's,
And
to accept the donation from Commissioner O'Rourke
Absolutely.
for the indirect costs.
So,
Second?
Second? Second, okay.
Okay.
All those in favor? Oh,
We have a motion. We have a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
Nay? No, sorry.
Next, we have a facility rental request. Miss Michaela Lockhart bridal shower at Kelsey Park Indoor Pavilion for Thursday, May 21st, 2026. The time from 3:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. Set up beginning at 11 a.m. Ms. Franks, please continue.
So we received a facility rental request from Miss Michaela Lockhart for her bridal shower to be held in the Kelsey Park Indoor Pavilion on Thursday, May 21st, 2026. She is an individual, so she does not fall in line with the nonprofit rate or the school rate. However, though, she did provide us with her driver's license that does say that she lives at 231 Hawthorne Drive. And so we have brought this forward to you. She is asking to have the $250 refundable security deposit waived, the facility rental fee, which is, of course, she's received the resident rate of $75 per hour, which is $525. She is also asking to have the $40 an hour staff fee waived, which totals $280. So the total requested amount to be waived is $1,055. There are direct costs and indirect costs as well. You do have the backup information of the invoice that we gave her, the application that she filled out, and just some comments from her that she asked to be included to the commission about her living in growing up here in Lake Park and reasons for wanting the fees to be waived.
All right, you know what? I'll start this one off. I'm not as generous as my Commissioner O'Rourke. She's going to get the $250 back for the refund, so I don't want to let her pay that because she's going to get it back. I would be in favor of eliminating the rental fee, but not in favor of eliminating the direct cost of the employee. We already made somewhat of a minor precedent about this and about monies available and so forth. So I would only waive the $280. I would consider that.
Wait a minute.
No.
Correct. I was going to say.
Right. I will not prefer to not waive the $280. That would be their cost.
So just to repeat the narrative, the $250 they're getting back, you're not discussing that.
Right.
You're discussing waiving the $525 indirect cost, but
Correct.
not the direct cost to the employee at $40 an hour for 7 hours, which totals to $280.
Correct.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
I do encourage us to really take care of the families that actually been in Lake Park. I still know the Lockharts since I was a kid, and Mr. Lockhart, who lived here probably most of all my life, took care of us as young fellas and the Palm Beach County School District serving as a principal and regional person to his retirement, but he also is a serviceman, so I got great respect for them. I do agree that we kind of set a precedent already, and we probably could some way help this family out that given to residents that's been here in a long time, taking care of our residents that's been here a lot longer than I have. So I'm in favor with Commissioner Linden on this one.
Okay. I am actually as well. And Commissioner O'Rourke, are you ready to break?
I'm a little concerned that last meeting we had someone that came and asked us to waive expenses, and we said, no, it's not an appropriate thing. I'm not sure that waiving expenses for personal parties is appropriate for the town. I supported the last one because it was a school, and I know George too, and I'm not trying to, diminish. I know, and George is going to be mad at me, I'm sure, for saying this, but I'm not sure in the financial situation we're in, I don't want to open this door, and I'm concerned about that. So I'm willing to have that discussion if you want to have that discussion.
All right. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I do agree we probably need to look into this policy. I think we had to talk about this, waiving the fees, about these waiving the fees. We can start opening this door. The first thing I looked at when I saw here, I saw like 3 of these on here that can be costly if we're trying to go into a different direction.
And I actually would like this to become a future agenda item, just for the record.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't hear you.
I'd like this to become a future agenda item, just for the record, about
Not
waiving.
the specific one, but the
But the
topic.
waiving the fees and, yeah. Any other questions? Commissioner Thomas.
I'm very familiar with this family. However, it is a slippery slope that we slide on when we look at residences in our community, because I think we already provide a discount, right, for residents in our community.
Yes.
And as I stated in the past, I'm not in favor of ever waiving direct costs, especially when it relates to, our employees. And so I'm going to hold to that. And I'm also going to hold to the fact that I don't want to be in the position of next week we have 100, because wedding time is coming. And we have those individuals coming and asking for the same thing. I think that we were very clear in doing a reduction for our town residents, in order to use facilities. But I am concerned by that, and I'm also concerned by that too, because are we buying a vote? I've been accused, of that, and we always have to be very careful.
Absolutely.
Because things become political very quickly, right? Yeah. And so I don't want to set a precedent. We've already set a precedent in stating that nonprofit organizations are treated in a certain way, and therefore we need to be very clear when we're granting waivers. And so my opinion is that I don't want to waive any direct costs and any fees that are associated with doing something private, a private gathering that creates a liability on the town. So that's where I am with that. And wholeheartedly, I really appreciate that, but I think as policymakers here, we have to be careful when we make those decisions.
Okay. Any other questions?
For purposes of discussion, which we just had, I'm going to make the motion to approve the indirect cost waiver of this item.
Okay. And
One more. I want to hear it one more time.
Approving the indirect cost waivers,
You're approving
not the direct cost.
same thing you're saying.
same thing. Yeah, you're waiving the indirect costs.
Yes.
Okay. I'll be glad to second that.
Okay, that was for discussion.
Yes.
Now we have a first and second discussion.
Runiti, explain to me specifically what's that 525?
So the 525 is the rate that she would have to pay to rent the facility. So it's not a direct cost, but it would go into my revenue line item if it was paid.
So you wouldn't be getting that at all, or you would have been getting that money anyway?
I would only get it if she pays it. If she does not pay it, then no, I will not. We will not get it in our revenue line item.
This is a request that we get, and so, okay, so I want to understand this. There's a security deposit, and then there's a rental fee for the facility.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the rental fee for this facility is in my opinion, is a direct cost. Yes or no? Because I have to rent the facility, so that's a direct cost because I'm renting the building or renting the space, yes?
The way that we have been submitting the agenda items is that a direct cost would be something that if the renter does not pay for it, the town would have to pay for it. So if she does not pay the facility rental fee, I don't have to go looking for money for it. But at the end of the day, when Barbara goes to reconcile everything and my revenue line item isn't
That becomes an outstanding item.
where it needs to be. So let's say, my revenue line item this year for facility rental says $10,000. Well, this 525 would not be counted because I wouldn't get it. Would we maybe make it up for other rentals that we receive throughout the year? Probably, we normally do. But once again, it just would not be revenue that we would pull in.
Or would somebody come next week and say, well, they got that, and why don't I?
Absolutely. We get facility rental forms and special event. I'm fairly certain that we just got one yesterday that I need to look at.
Okay, and I do want to put on record that I've rented facilities here and I've paid it.
Yes.
And it's not because, it's because I'm a resident and I'm given a discount for it, and I don't make a request for a waiver on it because it's my facility now. And you need to know, because she came behind me and she said, you own. And so anyways, and that was just before this, but I'm just like saying that, and I had one since I've been here and did not try to circumvent it. So I want to hold others to the same standard that I have to be held to when it relates to, because I'm a resident too, and I pay the fee. I do pay the fee.
Yeah. I mean, it's really rare when we receive one from a resident. It's mostly businesses or organizations. This just happened to come up.
Yeah, I would really like this to be a future agenda item sooner rather than later.
Okay, and I'm going to ask this commission, is it because of who this person is and the family that it's associated with? Because, we have to really think very strongly of that, because what are you really saying? If we're here saying we don't have any money, and then we waive the fact that we could get money, and regardless of who it's from, we have to consider that, because regardless of whatever it is, whether we waive it and there's more than the damages that covers it, we would have to figure out how that was going to get paid, correct?
Yes, and I would like to note that she did say, and I included this in the backup information, that if the fees are not waived, she will not move forward with the event.
Yeah, and I don't like to be held hostage either. I put it like that. I completely, well, you are held hostage when you said, if I don't do it, then I won't be able to do that.
No, I was saying I agree with you. I don't like anybody to tell me to do something or your town is this, your town is that. That's not going to make me do anything at all.
So I would just say, I'm being very, blunt with this one. I wouldn't want to waive direct costs, and I don't want to open up Pandora's box of saying, if you're a resident, then we're not going to charge you for a facility.
Yeah,
Based on that last statement,
I hate to say it, I'm on that same mindset as well.
And the resident rates for the indoor pavilion did go down this year in the master fee list. It did decrease, so it's not as much as it was previously.
Yeah, and it's a recipe for disaster. I can just see it. It's always going to be referenced to this meeting if it's approved.
Why not me?
Why not me?
Yeah.
Right.
And we all have people we know that live close to us, and they're going to knock on our door, Santa included, and say, why not me? So it's kind of a hard pill to swallow to say I would support it.
When we bring it back for discussion, we could talk about what requests actually make it before you all. Because right now, anything that we receive, we have to bring it because there's nothing saying that I can say, no, I can't take that before the commission.
It might be a situation where you may have your own threshold as far as what you can say at the administrative level versus what needs to come up here on us.
Right. And so we can include that when we bring it back for discussion. We can talk about that stuff.
Call for a vote?
Yeah. Okay.
There was a motion to approve.
There was a motion to approve waiving
indirect
of the.
cost.
No, it was a motion to approve a waiving of the direct cost only of $280 for the.
No, that was not. Let me clarify the motion.
Please clarify it.
The motion was to waive indirect costs.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. The motion, yes, was made to waive the indirect costs. And it was seconded by Commissioner Linden.
Yes.
Okay. With that, all in favor? All opposed?
Nay.
Aye.
Nay.
I think it was
Okay.
opposed unanimously.
I got it.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, so what we'll do is we'll look at.
Mike's on.
It's on.
Okay.
Sorry, not close. What we'll do is we'll look at some other communities, see what they've done, but recommendation based on past experience. Of course, we have different rates for residents, non-residents, but hopefully, parameters would be something like where it's only a 501c3, that they provide all of their backup documentation, and we'll get something out pretty quickly, maybe a month or so. We can get it back on an agenda. Sound good?
Sound good.
Yes, sir. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you.
Lastly, item number 13, special event permit application request for Children's Home Society of Florida, Bridges of Lake Park, annual ASP pop-up family event at Kensley Park on Saturday, February 28, 2026, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Setup begins at 8 a.m. Ms. Rianiti, floor is yours.
So this one is for Bridges at Lake Park. It is an annual event that they've done previously here in the parks. Once again, being a nonprofit, they do receive the 3 free facility rentals per year. This one would be their first of this year. However, they are asking to waive the refundable security deposit of $2,000, the special event permit application fee of $50, the restroom attendant fee of $150, and also the certificate of insurance requirement. And so the total costs to be waived are $2,200, and then, of course, there's direct costs and indirect costs. I will say that they, if the fees are not waived, then they will pay them.
That they will pay them?
Yes.
They will pay the direct costs? Okay.
Yes, that's what we actually spoke to them today, and they did say, please just take it before you as we planned on, but if it's not waived, then they will pay it.
They will pay the total $2,200 is what you're saying?
The special event permit application fee and the restroom attendant.
Which is $150.
The $200, so $50 and the $150. They would still like the security deposit waived and the certificate of insurance.
Riuniti,
Commissioner Thomas.
Didn't Bridges do this with the town? Like, I think with the library, an event or something like that, in the past, in order to avoid this kind of fee? Because I thought that they had something in Kelsey Park where they partnered with the library for them to have an event. Is this your first time making this request?
No.
Yeah, what has happened in the past?
This ASP pop-up event, I want to say they've had it for the last 2 years now,
Yes.
but they have had other events. They had a Haitian Flag Day event. There were some waivers for that. They had another event that they had at their own facility that needed some waivers. So they've had several things, but this one here, I believe, is the third year in a row that they've asked for this particular event.
At Kelsey?
At Kelsey.
What was done last year?
The same thing, the exact same thing.
And what did the town do?
It was waived. No, it was not with the town, not with the library. Maybe they've had another event. I know that the...
But the commission
I think she's
did.
asking if
What
it
was
was-
the position of the commission?
They approved everything.
The commission waived all of it?
Yes.
The whole entire fee?
Yes, even the certificate of insurance.
And they did not partner with anyone? They had other vendors?
Yes. Yes.
I know what you're thinking. Tom Manager?
The one area that I would, bring attention to is, of course, the certificate of insurance. That's an area that I would probably bring up to you guys is if something happens with anything with their event,
We assume the burden.
we assume that responsibility, and it's not just for that event. It's upcoming premiums as well that we become responsible for some of those things. Of course, we have our town insurance, but again, would someone potentially get hurt at one of these events, we become responsible. So just want to bring that up.
You're saying if we waive the fee?
No, they're asking.
They don't have to have
They're
a
asking,
certificate.
what part of requirements, part of what they're asking is not to provide insurance, which normally that would be a requirement. And as the town manager is indicating, if something were to happen, unforeseen circumstance, we assume the burden as the town because they are not providing
So
insurance.
if there's a deductible or things like that, then we become responsible.
Why would they not provide their own insurance? They're a 501c3?
So what normally happens with the Bridges events, they're run by Children's Home Society. And for smaller events of this nature, Children's Home Society just has a tendency of not wanting to provide the insurance because it's mostly just a day of insurance. And I believe in their mind it's too costly for the number of people that will be attending the event. Specifically, when they did do the Haitian Flag Day event, they provided the certificate of insurance then because they felt like...
It was a bigger event.
Correct.
Well, my question lies, that's why I ask, are there going to be other vendors? Because if there are going to be other vendors, then it's a big event because it's not them just being there. So if we establish a precedent, it's hard to go back, right? It really is. And that's why we need to be very clear with this. And again, I had to provide the certificate of insurance.
Correct. Yep.
I did. And most of the certificate of insurance goes the day before and the day after to cover that. And we had to do it. I mean, I had to do it.
Yeah.
I had to do it. And it was on town property, but I had to do it.
And in my past, when I was on the Kiwanis Club, we always provided insurance.
Yes. Yep.
And we waived everything last time? Including the certificate of deposit? Wow.
Was it for this event?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
We were just happy. We're nice.
Did they?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just a quick question. Did they indicate? Did they indicate that that part wasn't waived, that they would provide insurance? I know they said they're ready to take the bill on, but how about the insurance?
So right now, the certificate of insurance that they would possibly be able to provide does not meet Gearing Group's requirements. So let's say Gearing Group requires that we need to have $2 million in general aggregate. What they would be able to provide is probably half of that. So instead of 2, 1.
Do they have a predetermined head count of how many people would attend? Because since it's their event and they're dealing with families that they deal with every day, they should have an idea of how many.
Yes, they do, and Children's Home Society does not equate that to being a large event like their Haitian
So we're
Flag Day.
talking less than 10?
No, about 100.
About 100?
Yes.
No.
That's not a small.
Wait a minute now. 100 for this event at Kelsey?
Yes.
Then they can move it to someplace smaller. I mean, like, really.
I do not believe it will be that, but that's
We
the number
know
that
it's not going to be that?
that they have to give us for their application.
I mean.
Yeah, I'm thinking they need to provide insurance.
Can we bring this one back?
I mean, we can get the certificate of insurance. You know, like I said, it does not meet Gearing Group's requirements, but we could provide it to them and then they could give us a memo, I guess.
Tom,
Is there, there maybe we can talk to Gearing and see.
Yeah,
See if there's an option.
Can you bring this one back and find out from Gary what?
Or you can approve it subject to us, having a reduced certificate. That way,
Yeah, because we would have
reduced
something.
requirement, and at least
Other than
then,
nothing.
if you want us to bring it back, we certainly can. But this way, we can negotiate directly with or work with Gearing, and that way, it's
What's the desire?
Hear it again.
Well, in my opinion, we have to give staff clear direction. And here's the thing too, where it's being located is really open to the entire public. It's not as though they have fenced this off, right? It's just completely open.
Correct.
So you're going to have people from who was just visiting the park,
It can
correct?
turn
That just
into a
that'll just be there. So I feel that if we're going to make some suggestions, we need to give staff direction on what you're bringing back to us. And
Well, mine is the insurance, point blank.
Well, my 2 cents.
Absolutely. Commissioner Linden.
I'm not in favor of giving up any direct costs. That'll keep us in line for what we've been talking about tonight. But I also see the importance of them providing their own insurance. Now, if we were participating with them as a partner, our insurance would automatically cover it. But that's not the request here tonight.
Correct.
They're independent, so unless they can pay their own insurance with vendors, with additional people, I can't see approving this, especially with the direct cost.
the town library did not participate with them last year?
As far as I know, no, not on this. I know that the library participated in the carnival event with the Dolly Parton.
And they were all part of that, because I'm like thinking to myself.
And Bridges was a part of it, yes.
Yeah,
but it was
because I recall that, and so therefore this wasn't a factor because it was covered under the town.
Right, yes, the Dolly Parton one, because that's the organization that received a grant as well. And Bridges was a part of the event, so yes.
Excuse me, did I hear that Dolly Parton was around here?
No.
Did I miss that? Sorry.
But
we need a little levity sometimes.
I got you, man.
We're at this point. Can I, Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
I was just going to say that dovetailing off of Commissioner Linden's comments, if you go forward and require them to pay the insurance, it still allows us to work with Gearing and see if there are options to reduce down the requirements.
So Commissioner Linden, you're saying, you want to repeat your suggestion again, please, for? Do not do not waive the direct cost and provide the insurance.
I do not want to waive the direct cost to stay consistent for everything we talked about tonight in the previous precedent that we sent. And I also feel that I would not waive using town insurance to cover the event. So they need to come back with the certificate of insurance based on whatever Garrett says.
Yes. All right, so I'm going to let you make that your motion.
Okay.
I'll make that a motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any other further discussion? Commissioner O'Rourke?
Yes,
I'm
the
going to look at
discussion
you
is-
because I see what you're
Yeah,
looking.
the discussion that we have to have is not just for this. We have to set this, that we can't keep waiving these direct costs. 'Cause I understand, but
he's
we
talking
were
in the
talking
future.
about this. This is the fourth one that came up, or third one that came up today. Fourth one in this month. So we have to like set that as a policy for us.
Hence why I'm saying for the third time,
Let's
can we
bring it
bring
up,
back, let's bring it back.
Okay, I'm done.
So are we going to go ahead and bring it back and not?
No, I thought we motioned and second.
Okay, we have a first and a second.
And it's getting to be late because we're all just like all over the place.
All right, so then all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes
All right,
unanimously.
Riuniti, got your direction?
I got
All
it.
right.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Whew. Town attorney comments. We have reached that point of the night.
So a couple updates on pending litigation. Had a communication with Forrest's attorney 2 days ago in regards to service. As of today, the town still has been served with the lawsuit, but I'm expecting that I will be served tomorrow for the lawsuit, which then kicks in the timeframes for responding to the lawsuit and kicks in the time where the part-time attorney and his fellow attorneys need to start responding to the complaint. So, we have I've said this before, we have some great litigators in our firm, but they're gonna need to be, their hourly rates in the market are pretty high, but we're going to need to make an adjustment in the contract in terms of the hourly rate that those attorneys work for, because the current rate for the general matters that I work for of $300 is not what litigators get paid, frankly. And in our firm, at least, paralegals get paid $300 an hour. So, I can work with the manager and address that. And I'm also going to request that if necessary, we have an attorney-client shade meeting so we can discuss the litigation. Nothing's happened since the last lawsuit. Since the lawsuit was served on not served, but filed on December 30th. So we'll work with the manager in terms of establishing also an attorney-client session if that's appropriate.
Commissioner O'Rourke, you want to send some donations in?
I'm going to regret that.
Oh, it's just a joke.
There's some in-kind services.
Yeah.
Secondly, you know, Igor and Natasha both addressed the commission today, and we have not pressed that litigation. I know I talked before about dismissing that lawsuit, but we believed that maintaining the lawsuit would at least motivate them to move a little quicker. So the motivation follows this line, just so you know who's speaking to you when they come up here and talk about, you know, their work in the community, which is great. But they had a contractual obligation with this town that required them to get a CO last August. They did not get it, and we're still waiting for it because they're still in the building review process. So in October, we were told they would be getting it in December by their attorney. In December, we were told, or in November, we were told late January, which is now, or February. Both Brett and I communicated with their attorney this week and asked for an update. We haven't received an update. So we're in this mode of, you know, we're not spending the town's money on the litigation, but we're also we're still not seeing anyone that's motivated to comply with what their contractual obligation was, or their second contractual obligation, which was the settlement agreement. So my suggestion is the next time they come and speak to you, you ask them if they're going to live up to their contractual obligations and when you could expect for them to do so. They complained about being sued, and yet they breached their contract from our perspective, and then they breached their settlement agreement. So I wish I had more positive news to report, but unfortunately that's the nature of litigation. And I guess I should say, oh no, I already said it. I almost forgot, Commissioner O'Rourke, but I did say Happy New Year last time. So.
Okay. All set? All set. Town manager.
Sunset celebration will be held on Friday, January 30th from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. at Kelsey Park. Also, as mentioned during the CRA meeting, wanted to mention it again, Burt Bostrom Park grand reopening and ribbon cutting, or actually, I was talking about the master plan, excuse me, but the reopening and ribbon cutting ceremony. There are a couple dates that are being provided, and we'll get those to you. And if you guys could respond back to us and let us know what works best for you. We're trying to tie it in with the youth and adult soccer teams and their trainings. Also, there's a request for a proclamation for Florida Bicycle Month, March 2026. If you guys are okay with that, we'll bring that back to you guys.
What say the commission?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, we are good.
And then, as a reminder, legislative action days next week.
Who made the request, by the way, for the Florida Bicycle Month?
Bicycle.
You did?
You did Reuniti.
So Reuniti did.
Okay. And then we could even get our former vice mayor maybe to accept it.
Okay, that would be nice. Yeah.
Since she is an avid biker.
That was her thing, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Several. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And let me help with that. Let me help with that. And we'll get your schedules out for the legislative action days, as well as the pamphlets that you guys had seen previously, so that we can distribute out to the legislators while we're up there. So Janet's worked real hard on that, and I appreciate all her help on that. So that's what I got.
You say our schedule?
Yeah.
It's not, they changed?
Oh, so you have it already?
Yeah. Yeah, she put it in our packets.
Well, there you go.
Getting ready, like what?
Janet's ahead of me.
Okay. Commissioner comments, we'll start on my right.
Good night, everyone.
Okay, Commissioner Thomas.
Yes, Attorney Beard, because we have made it a policy not to respond to public comments, I had to go and relieve myself because I see the shenanigan, and I really wanted to say on the record that you have taken $100,000 from the people of Lake Park, and how dare you come before the town of Lake Park and say that we do not come and visit your business and we are not patronizing you, when in fact we gave you a bargain, you came back and you disavowed what we gave you, and then you took money from the town of Lake Park residents in order to build a mega whatever that's been there. And my feelings are, you're supposed to be the leaders of our community who we entrust our youths to. And so there's the point of integrity. Okay. And so there, you recording me?
Oh. No, I'm not.
So I'm very disappointed in that. And as you know, I never agreed to it from the get-go with this because my eyes are always there. But I think that whatever it is that we have to do in order to expedite their process, we will, and I'm going to go on record. Nadia, their contract, how many more months or years they have on that? A year?
So under the Florida Building Code, the building official has indicated as long as they continue submitting their inspection reports.
Not that, I'm talking about the original contract. What was their?
I can speak to the building permit, not the settlement agreement.
Commissioner, I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, because that is a big concern for me, because yes, they are in violation completely.
I understand. I'll get back to you on that.
All set? Yep. Okay. Commissioner Linden.
All right. I should be done close to 11, so we'll be good. You know.
Okay.
No, I got one thing and one thing only. I was at the Regional Transportation Council meeting this last Friday, and moving forward, I'd like to get maybe on the agenda or take a few minutes to give you an update on what they're doing, which directly affects us in a lot of ways. One of the things that they passed out, and you can each take one, is from the Florida League of Cities on property tax education. And it calls out Lake Park in there and what we've got. And so it's, well, they interviewed all of the town managers, and we just happened to be one of them. And Richard did a pretty good job with an explanation. Thank you. Oh, it's all positive, okay? But you can go and look at the other counties, and Riviera Beach, North Palm, see what they're doing, and just nice information. Scan the QR code and go from there.
Yeah, I believe staff actually had shared this toolkit on our website, I believe. It's on our website as well.
This is?
This is, yep.
And I wasn't sure, so.
No, it is.
No. What's it say?
No Gators.
Go Gators.
That's what it says. Go Gators.
Wait a minute, it's time to dismiss. It is time to dismiss.
Go Gators. I like that.
No Gators.
Okay.
All right, I'm done.
Vice Mayor?
No comment.
Okay, I'm just going to make quick, very quick. Nadia, I want to give you credibility today. I saw your video that you gave
Oh, yeah.
where you highlighted our hot topic that was in this meeting. I want to give you all the credit in the world. That was very good. It gives us a sense of transparency as well as calmness to those that feel like things are going to be heightened in terms of these topics. And I would just want to give you your flowers on that. That was a good job. You well articulated, well informed everybody ahead of time how this meeting was going to go tonight, and I want to commend you on that. It was on social media, all our platforms, and it was shared with basically the entire town. And who interviewed us? There was no interview. Nadia did it straight off the dome, meaning
No, there was somebody.
No cuts,
first
one take. Yeah,
You did
we'll call
very
her
well.
one take Nadia, yeah.
And I want to say, on this occasion, it's not your fault because you did very well. I also want to encourage everybody this Saturday, January 24th from 10 to 12 is our community meeting at the for the Burt Boston Park redesign. We need everybody there. Talk to your neighbors. Talk to everybody. It'll be upstairs in the Mirror Ballroom. This is...
It's down here.
Oh, it'll be down here. Thank you for correcting.
That's
It'll
an
be down
overflow,
here.
I think.
It'll be down... Actually, no, because I'm reading this.
Okay.
Okay, so it did
All right.
say it, but we are moving it downstairs. Okay, so we are moving it. Okay, so we are going to move it downstairs with the thoughts of recording that meeting. We need you all here. This is a legacy project. Everybody needs to be on deck and everybody needs to be involved. So I would greatly appreciate everybody's presence as much as we can fill this room up.
I will not be here.
Okay, Commissioner Rourke.
I'm waiting for you to go to future agenda items.
And with that, future agenda items, you heard mine. I'd like the waivers, waiver policy to be brought
For
front and
facilities.
center. Commissioner Rourke?
Yes. It seems we have a habit now of people coming in and talking about public comment, and they bring in and they read items for people that are not here. I don't think that should be done. I think we should bring that up as an agenda item. If you're not here, why are we publishing stuff for that? If you want to be here, you're welcome to be here. It's a public meeting. It doesn't make it a public meeting when somebody mails in a response. That's the first one. The second one is there is a prohibition in our parks, and in particular Lake Shore Park, that does not allow animals to be walked on a leash. And I want that brought up as an agenda item.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, with that, if there are no other things to be said, I will entertain a motion of adjournment.
All right.
Unless you have something else you'd like to add.
No, it's in legislation now, but we need to bring up how to control some of the electric bicycles.
I think that coming. Restate it.
The state legislature's working.
Yeah, that's coming up, but we need to look at that because we just almost got hit the other day. Kids doing the wheelies. I mean, we need to address that.
John, if I may.
Oh.
When I go up to Tallahassee on Monday, I'm going to try to get on that task force as a member of the ticket clinic. I see these things all the time.
Great.
These are things I dealt with a fatality today from a e-motorbike and things like that. So I know a lot about these. I know what the legislation. So I'm going to see if I can get on as a commissioner on that.
Absolutely.
Task force.
Great. And yeah, we need to address that because you go to Publix, those kids are out of control. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, in the meantime, just so you're aware, Captain Sanford is looking into some of these items for us and looking at some of these other cities that have implemented policies or ordinances. So I appreciate her help, Nadia as well. And so we'll see what happens with the legislature. It doesn't make sense to do something if we're going to get preempted. So we'll see how that all goes. And if not, I know the town of Palm Beach and Jupiter both implemented, policies, and I think that there were some others that we were looking at. So.
Okay. And I also lastly want to thank everybody that showed up for the Mornings with the Mayor on Saturday. It was well attended. Great conversation, great talk, great perspective, and we'll take everything that was recommended to account and move forward with it as a town.
And congratulations, Hoosiers. Hoosiers.
Yes, congrats to the Hoosiers.
That was
Hoosiers.
Okay.
That was a great game.
Motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn.
Mary Taylor?
Motion adjourned.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good night, everybody.